know, that's some copium. How are they gonna release that on Switch, right? You damn well know they want. You know, Nasu loves his Switch and PlayStation.
Yeah, I mean, did you see Tsukihime?
Yeah, he's gonna play Dark Souls on the Switch, of course.
If 17 pieces allowed in Switch, sex scenes allowed in Switch, alright? Listen up.
I thought the remake got rid of all that.
Hell no! Are you crazy? There's no way to remove 17 pieces.
That's gore and violence, all right? That's fine. 4-year-olds can watch that, okay? But adult scenes like, you know, nudity, that's not okay.
Hand holding?
Yeah, the 20 years or older, okay? Like, we can't have
holding?
So, is Creamy here? He's read it. Darn it, not here. Creamy, if you can hear me, Tsukihime is not adult anymore, right? The remake, like it cut out all that stuff. Yeah.
What? No, they took out some gargantuan hornies. So like
no more crestworm.
Problematic.
Well, yeah, the Sakura
jumping
one.
At the alley scenes.
The Sakura change in Rialta Nuva's like weird because they get rid of the, you know, abuse by her family and turn into like sucking her blood, and they need her blood or something.
Wait, did we get to know that Shinji did Shinji things?
They censor how bad that was, which is weird because the Heaven's Feel movie did not skip out on it.
I guess the movie's better than Rua, huh?
Yeah.
Yes.
He's all. You should just cut his hair bald.
Oh.
Listen,
nice.
Shinji had to do what Shinji things be because Shinji was in Shinjo.
Good.
Yeah.
Listen, if he didn't be a dick, Shinji would have actually perished.
And?
Well, good out.
I disagree with that. I'm not going to get into it. I disagree with you saying that.
Yeah.
If anyone's to blame,
no,
it's Papa Tosaka.
Define alive, right? Let's define alive. You know?
I mean, to be fair, we still define
worm butthole in alive? No?
I don't know. Are servants alive?
Not worm butthole in. Honestly. It was nothing more than a flesh doll for some worm man to just wiggle it.
Lucan just wanted his wife back, but I'm sure his wife would love him after listening to all the horrible things he did trying to get her back.
Doken is a very fascinating character.
It's not like, and I like it. It's just like that whole concept of like, you know, would your loved one really want you to do something like that to bring them back?
But at that point, he didn't care. And
yes.
The man lost himself.
Commit evil atrocities for me.
He was fingering bugs before he knew it.
Whoa there, Trubs.
Yo, speaking of whoa there, Warlock, what is that GIF?
It is too
I know,
fucking
right?
much to have a conversation.
Like that GIF. Damn. Can't believe that got past Twitch. Oh, hell yeah.
That's wild.
Oh, that's a chicken feather. Oh my god. What the heck?
That is an illegal.
Weren't they super sensitive about like emotes before, where they went on a ban craze and everything? Yes. I guess the backlash they lightened up.
Oh damn, that Kindred emote.
Yo, this artist is based. What
throwing it back.
They're not afraid to get banned.
She
They
could
said
making
ban
all
me.
the butts.
Is actually just concocting ban-worthy emotes and says
Or
ban me.
emotes are allowed now. Hey, if She-Hulk can get away with it, why can't Twitch?
No, I don't think that's what killed
I
the
don't
show.
think her
I
twerking
definitely
killed the
think that
show.
may have been a factor, but there is a lot wrong with that show.
Yeah.
Hey, let's have a legal show. Should we consult any lawyers about proper court procedures? Nah. I've watched Law and Order. I got this.
Man. Yeah.
No, I love Law and Order, but
I've watched Suits.
I think that was Law and Order just has that weird thing. It was like, wow, New York is such an awful city to live in. Look at all these crimes that happen here. They have like mass murders everywhere and everything. I don't know.
Wait,
Is that here?
So, does that mean I can have Dojimu throw it back and I won't be fucking banned?
As long as he's clothed.
Alright, I'm cooking.
I think it has to be an animal at this point.
Would that
Listen,
consider it to be
is sheep
Right.
half-ass naked considered naked if it's a sheep with a man's leg?
I mean,
just one
What-
leg?
No, 2 legs. So it's like
Okay.
the bottom side, the back side.
I mean,
is a human
we
leg.
have Kindred already.
what does the leg count matter? Would it be okay if it was just one leg, or why'd you bring up how many legs?
What up,
Druth-
Gandalf? I didn't say any one leg.
Watcher.
I said
Nick
back
Tanks
leg.
was the one that said, "Did it have one leg?" I
Yeah,
was like,
because Trump said down the leg, not legs.
Bitch, you should already know that it's back leg.
is it
And it's
illegal for
not.
pirates to twerk?
Stop
It doesn't
trolling,
count if
please.
you have a peg leg.
Nope.
Oh my god.
This is called.
Yo! What the hell is that? The rhino's
Look.
twerking.
I know, right?
They straight up were like, "Oh
Right.
yeah, twerking emotes are allowed," and everyone's like calling their artists immediately.
Oh,
Write that down. Write that down.
Yeah.
true.
Yeah. Now we have Gwen Turkey plus.
We have who?
That is
Oh, is that Gwen?
That's Gwen.
Yes, that is Gwen.
Ah.
I have to like look closely. Of course, it's Trutted.
Yep.
Riot.
Rise out.
What is that rhino doing? That is
He's
not
attempting.
twerking. It
He's
looks like he's
attempting.
wiping.
It's attempting.
Doing
like
both.
It looks like he's just
Flossing.
Oh, floss.
He's flossing something, all right. Oh my god! I just realized what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, did you not realize what flossing meant?
There's supposed to be a towel in between the hands. Yes.
Listen, there's a mouth floss, and then there is a other floss. I don't see y'all flossing.
Yo, that Woody is so chill, man.
Will you though?
Hi,
Kill me.
chat.
Can't escape the emotes.
I'm not doing you very well, Chad. You're gonna succeed.
All right, hello everyone. Bob thinks I'll succeed, but the reality is that I'll be here and I'll still be subjected to it. Hello everybody, how's it going today? I did just get word because I had already gotten app locale set up on my computer, but they have apparently fixed the Fate Stay Night remaster. Those of you guys that hadn't seen, it was how should we put this? Problematic. It would have been a randomizer run. So, which I was basically going to just go ahead and do it just for the hell of it, but it would have been definitely pretty funny in that regard. So I did just get the tweet out. You guys know the drill. Do me the favor. Go give that some love. Got one more thing I got to set up, and then we are ready to roll. It was borked in a hilarious way. Yeah, it really was. Like, I mean, obviously, it's one of those things where it's like, wow, I can't believe they managed to fall for this. I cannot believe that they didn't test this, because any amount of testing would have caught it. So it's kind of funny that they seemingly didn't. No international quality control from the company. Yeah, which is kind of wild when you consider the fact that it's absolutely like the entire reason for it. Has the Arturia mod come out for it yet? I have not seen. I don't think it has a workshop, so I'm going to have to see if I can find it to remedy that problem, but I'm sure someone will. There will be enough demand for it. Okay. Yeah, well. Oh, hold on, chat. One more thing. One more thing. Okay, there we go. Hello there, everybody. How's it going today? So, as we were mentioning, obviously on the agenda for today, we are going to have Fate Stay Night Remaster finally. Obviously, I've been waiting on this one for a while. You guys know we had already started the Fate playthrough on stream, and what just happened to chat? Dear Lord. And basically, it's something that I've been trying to get through. I'm definitely down to bring it back, especially now that we had the remaster. Because one of the things that was seriously annoying about playing the original version was that it was so old and so clunky that it caused issues actually trying to stream it. So in that regard, I'm going to be a lot happier, I think, with a newer version here, though there was definitely some concerns today, as it appears like the game is still running on the original Japanese coding, which is one of the reasons why the only way to fix the random issues was to actually switch your location. And that definitely doesn't inspire a lot of confidence in me, because I feel like at this point we kind of know that they're not going to necessarily make a big change to the game itself. It looks like it's just, hey, we totally translated it and made some of the graphics nicer, and that's about it. So I do wonder, is it still going to be kind of clunky with the movie files and stuff like that? If some of you guys are already going through it and you know whether or not that's the case, feel free to let me know. I would certainly love to hear, but obviously we will be going through that later. Excuse me. In the interim, we do have obviously the 2 new strengthenings that came out today. We have a fresh new copium theory from the Japanese side of things that Mr. Two Love tweeted, as I saw. Basically, people assuming that every single unit in some way, shape, or form has either a multiple or a way to add up to 9 in their servant number because it's 9th Anni. I don't think that's really what it is, because almost all the buffs other than Asclepius really are much needed buffs. Prophet did point out to me though earlier that they actually haven't buffed a quick unit yet, which is concerning. I'm not really sure why they haven't, but they seemingly haven't yet. But I can say again, like, other than Asclepius, I'm pretty sure that every single unit here needed a buff. And so, like, obviously with today's buffs, both of them are very good. They were very needed. So I'm very happy to see them get some time in the sun. Summer Nito didn't match. Okay, good. It's fine because the others needed it more. Yep. Quick units, what are those? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely there for quick units getting love too, but I think they have bigger issues and it's more the viability of their actual system. And, you know, when we start to get some love in that department, then we can start to focus a little bit more on actually buffing the quick units. I did see that hot take about Asclepius getting guts and it not being that useful. Yeah, I don't agree with that in the slightest. We like I talked about it on Twitter because I saw Keon post it and I was just like, no, I don't think that's a great take. Like I think this is and this is what I try to tell you guys, right? Like we have challenge people and we have, like, you know, the concept of doing challenge content. And then there's min turners, and min turners are a wholly separate breed. The way in which they play the game is abnormal. They're imposing an extra level of challenge on themselves that nobody else needs to do, nor does the game impose that level of challenge on anyone. So they're kind of taking it upon themselves to do things to a higher degree, but that's also why they think differently and basically treat things differently than your average person. Like for someone like me that's actually taken Asclepius into longer form fights and absolutely had my bacon saved by him, I can straight up tell you that his value is in far more than his ability to just be killed. So I totally disagreed with that take and found that to be just, you know, incredibly reductive as to how to look at a unit. Units are worth a lot more than just one aspect in their kit, and trying to reduce a unit to that usually is a bad idea. There are certainly gimmicky units. You know, for instance, we can point to someone like a Rash and say, that is his actual gimmick. That is his intended use. And even then, you still have the devs trying to tell you, like, hey, you know what? Maybe actually don't do that to him and hear his victory voice line for once. So I do kind of agree with them in that regard, that even for a unit that's sort of designed to off themselves and get out of the party, it's still kind of good to occasionally not do it. So looking at someone like Asclepius, though, I don't think that was ever their intention, and I think that's why you see them like making that buff. So I feel like at that point, if you're willfully trying to go against it, it's just you sort of denying the unit's actual function. Saying Quick should not get any buffs at all till they fix Quick. No, I'm not saying that they can't buff Quick. I'm saying that essentially the way I think about it is that what Quick needs is like more robust options in support, and that when those come, then we'll have a clearer picture as to how Quick is working. Because, like, chat, it's entirely possible that you could get like a Quick version of Oberon, and when that sort of thing would happen, then all of a sudden, like, maybe Quick starts to pop off a lot harder. And then because of that, all of a sudden, maybe there's just this huge power creep of all the Quick units, and then maybe you don't need the buffs, right? So that's kind of why I'm sitting here saying, like, let's see maybe what happens. But, you know, the devs actually have the clairvoyance in that sense. They know what their plans are and what they're going to do. So if they want to buff Quick units that maybe they feel like need it, I'm A-okay with that. Like, I'm not saying you can't buff a Quick unit. I'm saying I understand if they actually want to delay that just to kind of be safe and be cautious. Basically doing both min turns and normal runs, and I see both sides. I wouldn't disregard Asclepius, though. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say, is like, to me, it's kind of a tone deaf type of comment, right? Like, if we're gonna sit here and we're gonna talk about, like, oh, hey, this unit is only useful for this one reason, I feel like at that point you're missing the forest for the trees, right? Like you've totally chosen to look at this one tree and you're completely missing the beauty that is behind it. So yeah, I think it's always important to try and like think about things from the other perspective and understand why. Like, I do understand how someone can look at that and say, hey, look, you know, if all I use him for is as a sacrificial lamb, then why do I, you know, actually want this? And the only issue I can say is that's probably the problem right there is we're only looking at him from one perspective. We're only using him from one perspective. So that's why I totally disagree with it. Yep. If people are mad, ass clap guts himself, then don't do the rank up. That's basically what people were doing. But part of the reason that I disagreed with the take is it was sort of trying to give the idea that like people shouldn't be doing it. And I'm like, no, that's why I disagree with it, right? Like holding the opinion yourself or saying, hey, for like min turning, this is a good idea. I think that's perfectly fine. I think trying to foister this in the court of public opinion and make it seem like this is something that everyone should be doing, that's where I draw the line, and that's where I'll say like, no, I disagree with this take, right? Like if the take is kept to someone's own opinion, I think it's fine. But the second we start trying to shop it around and get support for the idea, then no, I don't agree with that. That's how Twitter is, unfortunately. Yeah, 100%. And that's a little bit how you get all this like misinformation that spreads, right? You get a lot of people that sit there and like one person that has a lot of like influence, or even somebody that doesn't necessarily, like they'll say something, it'll maybe either be wrong outright or just maybe be an odd choice. Or an odd perspective on something, and then either they themselves end up having a lot of clout and retweeting it, or somebody else that does ends up retweeting it, and then all of a sudden everybody takes it as fact, and that's usually how that sort of thing gets, becomes a problem. Is Sklepius a better healer than Irie right now? Honestly, yeah. I would straight up say it now at this point, because the big thing that he did lack was the ability to guts himself. He kind of already had her beat in so many other aspects, and this just the kind of final nail in the coffin. Who knows? We do still have a 4-star caster buff coming, so maybe they do end up buffing Irisfield, because Lord knows she needs it. I'm at the point of just saying, like, Irisfield just really, really, really struggles in the current systems, even alongside someone like, say, Castoria. She just has a very difficult time getting to an NP without actually hard focusing her own cards. And if you're taking, like, a damage dealer in there, you don't really want to have to use Irisfield's cards. He also heals for, like, 10k now. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and that's what I was saying. Like, I'm actually surprised they buffed him. He was already arguably the best 3-star support. Like, just for the sheer like battlefield control that he had. The SR caster buff needs to go to Medea, Lily, or Miyu. No, I don't think Miyu needs a buff in that regard. Like, don't get me wrong, I could see Miyu getting a buff. I think one of the issues I still have with her kit is that it's still rather selfish other than her NP. But yeah, I think she's in a much better place than she used to be. I think there's other more deserving candidates at the moment. Summer Marie needs a buff like badly. What do you mean? She's perfect for taking out the early wave of a terrible node that allows me to buff all the other male summer units somehow to take the node down for her. That's actually how I've always managed to do it with her. Is I think where I've used her the most is actually the stake farming node in Salem. I actually used her, Cass Gill, and God, who was the third person? I don't remember, but it was 2 other summer units because she had the summer like charisma and Stargin in her kit. How does the scanner look like damage now? We'll talk about that here in a second. So let's go ahead and let's dive right in. Let me get you guys today's sauce, as it is a goodie if you guys have never seen it. There we go. Jekyll and Hyde needs a rework or something. Yeah, we did have the Famitsu article that came out today as well. Trubs was translating that all day. I'm going to get to like trying to summarize that behind him. I think he still has a couple more things he's got to translate. I didn't get to catch the end of his stream, but definitely an interesting one. At least in the little bits that I got to pick up on, I wasn't actually very enthusiastic about Mr. Two's segment of the interview. He really felt like there was a lot he couldn't say, and that he was kind of in a bind in that regard. So I do kind of wonder if that's what they like they're not willing to answer certain questions at this point in time. FSN is that reset tonight? Yeah, the campaign. Yeah, if you guys need to, if you somehow need advice on that, feel free to go check out my old video on it. It definitely is still accurate. Like, there's nothing really that's changed very much with any of the units. So I would advise you guys to just go ahead and go check that out, and it'll give you a decent idea of how to approach the situation. Granted, I can pretty much TLDR it. For gameplay, I advise you to pick Artoria. That's it. Like it's difficult for me to make a gameplay recommendation other than her. So everything after that is taste. And what I will say is, like, you could certainly make an argument for someone like Emiya or Herc, but the 3 stars and lower, chat, I know some of them might be your favorite character and stuff, but I honest to God don't really recommend picking them. Reason why, you're just throwing away a free higher end unit. Okay, the one thing I will say is, if you already have like NP5 of Saber, it's definitely a lot freer of a pick, because you cannot get a USO from this ticket. I actually called BS on that line when Trubs was talking about it, Lucario. I'm not sure I believe Mr. Two's words. What if we already have them at NP5? Then it's up to you, right? Like, the only other benefit from it is you get a craft essence. But if you're worried about that craft essence, chat, like, for instance, like, oh, hey, let's say you really want Sasaki Kojiro's craft essence, but you don't want to have to actually pick Sasaki Kojiro. Well, you won't get the craft essence, but you can at least add it to your to your like your codex, basically, by virtue of finding somebody else that has it and taking theirs. There will always be that one like hyper insane person that does end up taking it, so you really don't have to worry about it too much. But that's why I say, like, to me, the craft essences are really not that big of a deal. They don't have any gameplay benefit. It's purely for the artwork, so it's very easy to have it added if you just take it on one of the missions. Got some spicy tidbits from Famitsu. We did. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and say, chat, I'm not totally prepared to talk about Famitsu, because I did miss parts of Trub's stream today just due to, you know, work and lunch and all that. I also ended up basically getting set up to do a summary of it, but, you know, until Trubs had published the VOD, I basically am not going to be able to, like, sit down and actually do it. So much Famitsu interview today. Yep. Yeah, we did have basically, like, 3 interviews this time around instead of the normal 2. We basically got Mr. 2. We ended up getting Nasu and Takeuchi separately, which normally we get one interview with the 2 of them combined. So that was an interesting thing. Is there a link for the article? No, because it's a paid article. Like, you might be able to find it on like Reddit or something, but it's technically copyright. I can't imagine trying to hunt it down and find someone to fill in the gaps for the Codex Cs. It's actually not as hard as you think. The best time to do it would be right here after the campaign comes out. Unless, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying more for like every C. There are some people that do that. My experience has been that it's normally really like big whales that do it for just to, you know, like have something to do, basically. But it is an interesting thing nonetheless whenever they do. I myself agree. Like, that's a level of completionism that I'm like, nah, I'm sorry, I can't be asked. Like if you really are curious what the CE says or anything like that, like you could always find it on a website. So to me, it's not as big of a deal of trying to actually like add it to your codex. Yeah, I mean, Strom, if you're going to try to talk to me about the contents of the article, I'm probably just going to ignore it. And mostly just so I don't get the wrong idea, because I did see, like, just from the portions of stream that I watched with Trubs, I did see people on Twitter spouting off nonsense. Then I was just like, no, that's not right already. Is Summer Erish bug fixed? I heard someone allege that she had been, but I didn't see if that actually got reported. It is fixed? Okay. Well, let's test it out. Since we can in fact do that. Here, I'll actually do her the proper way. I'll pop all of her skills first. Yeah, which should make getting to that base of 6 a lot easier. I had talked with you guys about that. 6 is normally what you guys can pretty much expect, because like doing the bare minimum should get you to like 57 points, and so you should be okay in that regard. But the problem at that point is going to be actually like, you know, card RNG and whether or not you get a little bit more in other ways. Like, for instance, I think we only had the one card on turn 1, unless I'm misremembering. Yeah, you could also like, and I have seen like I saw someone on my analysis video state like, oh well, it secures Castoria getting to her NP, and I'm like, true, with one exception. Unless somebody hasn't done the append on Castoria, which still to this day I see people that haven't, and I go, why? But you know, maybe now with the 5th append out, that may be a little bit more of a consideration. But still, yeah, like having someone like Summer Erish basically that can absolutely secure a Castoria's NP. Yes, you can do that. The only issue that I can point out is that most people are not going to want to do that. See, I didn't see the gauge fill there from either of those, chat. Like, the buddy gauge didn't go up at all. Need to update? Yeah, that might be the issue. No, with Atlas, you can get the you can get level 8 like it's nothing. Oh, sure, but and like so, this is the other thing that we pointed out on the analysis portion, right? Like the Atlas comp is there, especially with like the 5th append. It's just not better damage. That's the issue that you're gonna run into. Is like basically just putting her in a more proper comp will always end up being the better solution. Here, let me real quick check and see if I can do the app update. It should only take a second, because I'm sure it's not a big update. Yep. There we go. Already done. Leah had that issue as well. Oh, you're talking about the update issue. It is so annoying when you see an MP2 Plus without any appends unlocked. One person is NP5 with no appends. Like, why? Okay, to be fair, like I have an Erish right now that has no appends unlocked. That's mostly just due to my own, like, I'd say laziness, but it's actually busyness. It's not the other. That person might want a 120 first. Yeah, they might. I mean, like, and don't get me wrong, I will say this. I do think there is obviously this line of thought, and it's something that I've kind of regurgitated throughout all the years that I've been like talking about the appends and the coin systems. But if you're ever unsure, you always have the option of just don't unlock the append. Just don't spend the coins. Like that is the safe option. That is the safe play. So like, I don't really get that upset when a Castoria doesn't have it, because usually I don't need a Castoria NP to secure things. It is, however, very nice if I do. That is one of the reasons that I like to see it. Yeah, I'll do another run, but I think I only have the one more run. I still need to do her trial quest. Casuals and P5ing. I mean, it could happen. I tend to hoard the coins instead of defaulting to just get mana loading. Mana loading is usually the good one, but there's obviously some exceptions where that's not the case. Okay, let's see. We can test it right here. Yep. Okay, so it definitely works. It is fixed now. Test this as well. Yeah. All right, sweet. So it absolutely will work. Even the master command seal. So like, and I find that really funny too, because they straight up like explicitly said that, oh hey, this is a thing, this is what's going to level her gauge. So I find it really odd that that it got into the game bugged, because it's like they never tested their new feature. But I don't know, maybe there was something else behind the scenes that conflicted with it and they thought it was working and then it wasn't. That sort of thing can happen. Don't think you can buff Nito ass? Well, we did. They used her trial to test all the stuff before the analysis. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great things about having a trial, and I think that's why, like, it's important to make sure they do. I'll be honest, I think we should have a trial quest for every 4-star, too. It's something that I see a lot of other gacha games do, and I totally agree with it. Like, why the hell should I spend money on something that I haven't already used? And if you think about it, it should be a smart way to handle things. It should be like, oh, hey, you know, because we let you get your hands on the unit, it really sold the character to you. Like maybe you really like their mannerisms, their voice actress, their attack animations, you name it, right? The must have been amazing. Yeah, like I said, I mean, the only buff I disagree with is Asclepius, and it's not a like I'm not saying it's a bad buff. It's a great buff for him. It's just the buff that I don't think he needed it. And I think pushing him into arts is like, okay, but why? Right? But beyond that, I think it's still a fantastic buff. And every other buff I can say, like, it's happened to a unit that absolutely did need it. I think the arguably the worst buff is Saber Jills, but that's, you know, it's Saber Jills. He's going to need more than one buff before he's in a better place. I think some people underestimate Benny's buff. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm absolutely sure they do. Because I think a lot of people wrote Benny Enma off, and they don't realize that that buff made her a Black Grail looper. It took a unit that was like at best 50% charge before to now it's Black Grail. It's got even more damage. It's got even more charge, and it's just getting dumb. Do you want Matahari or Kojiro? Is Corday buffed, huh? Are you asking which of them I want buffed? I'd rather see Corday at this point. Cat, why are you farming experience? Just because I have robust like railing plans on both servers. Like I currently have 3 120 projects on JP active. And honest to God, chat, the whole reason I put Castoria into that Destiny order was because if I get another Castoria copy, I can probably finish my 120 Castoria. At first, I thought Benny's buff was dumb because I really wanted an MP buff for her. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this. Like, I really don't understand why they don't, like, buff the NP on a couple of these units. Like, they didn't do it with her, and they didn't do it with Okita, and they've done it with, like, everybody else. But the one thing I will say is that, you know, I do think that the devs have a little bit more of a game plan for that sort of stuff. I think they kind of know what some of the upgrades are potentially going to be for certain units. And I think they try to, like, strategize when they're going to come out with it. There have definitely been some stupid buffs, though, in the past that have made me question that. But there also are a lot of, like, good and smart ones where I go, like, okay, they kind of know what they're doing. Class score destroyed my Zerker monuments. I'm actually doing okay right now. Like, I'm low on a couple of the monuments, but I don't know. It's not a huge deal to me. Like, when I actually get to the point that I'm hard stuck on class score, that's when I'll probably do it. But the big reason I just don't is because we're constantly getting new units into the game, and I don't know if I'm not going to need those resources at some point. So I just try to, like, focus on one class score at a time and then just keep going. I have to totally resist the urge, by the way. This is an Oberon-like situation. I have to resist the urge not to touch the Castoria skills first here. 5-star Foreigner and 3-star Archer tomorrow? Wait, is today not the ruler day? Foreigner, ruler, foreigner, if I remember correctly. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember what the exact order was. I had the picture of them all, and now I, like, have seemingly misplaced it. Oh my god, stop that. Ruler is sandwiched, yeah. I mean, I don't blame them for that. I feel like that's a smarter idea. It also gives us time a little bit more to form an opinion as to who we think the second foreigner will be. Surprised it was me, how? I hope Yang does get it up. Does get an upgrade. I've seen a lot of people that really want it to be certain foreigners, but Yang is often not one of the ones mentioned that I see, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of sad because they absolutely, I totally use that on Oberon, because they absolutely should, like, give it to her. Hoku really needs it the most, IMO? See, I still don't agree with that. I don't think Hoku's in that bad of a spot. Like, maybe damage-wise, sure, but I feel like Hoku is now, like, there's no issue with her looping. She's gotten quite a bit of capacity to scale her damage with the buff to her third skill, and I still feel like she's had the man niche for a while. So I do understand, though, that part of the issue there is that, like, Koyan brings man niche to something like Cuckoo, so that definitely can cause issues. She gets like 30% back against 3 targets with 2 times Castoria. I know, but she also has self-charge and Oberon exists. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, to me, the only place that I really would buff Hoku is the damage. And at which point I'm going to say, well, yes, we can argue for damage for her. We can also argue for damage for basically everybody at this point. At least under Cuckoo. Yeah, I think the NP interlude is what I would upgrade with her. You're right, let's buff Tiamat. No, obviously we're talking foreigners, Bob. Bad Bob. Yeah, I'm still waiting on it, right? Like, I'm still waiting on, like, hey, you know who could use a ruler buff? Amakusa! And I'm gonna say, I don't care how much you buff Amakusa, people are still not going to use him. Like, if they're... It's kind of the same issue as, like, Demia, right? Like, you can buff Demia to all hell and back, and people are still just not going to use them because they either don't like the character or they just find the kit to be very simplistic and boring. I've heard both arguments against Demi in that regard. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with it, but I can easily see how people do think that way. And so, yeah, I'm not surprised to see that it's not a like extremely popular character that people use all the time. And I think there's just certain characters like that. They're just kind of doomed to be less popular. And I'm not saying they shouldn't get any love. I'm not saying that they shouldn't be made competitive. But, you know, I can look at someone like Demi. I can look at someone like Amakusa, and I can say they kind of each are both very well off in what they do already. And no amount of buffing is really going to change their popularity. And I think we can look no further than like popular units that maybe are not at the top of the heap and still retain their popularity in spite of it. They're not necessarily proportional. Can't say the same about, let's say, Carrie. Yeah, I mean, Carrie's definitely somebody that could use some love. I think a lot of people would like to use him, but he is definitely in a bad spot. I do think in that regard, the worse off a unit is, the less likely people are to use them regardless of popularity. But I will say, again, same deal. If a unit is truly popular, people will use them regardless. So, like, I could point this out, and this might offend some people, but I don't think Carrie's that popular. Like, I think people like the character. I don't think he's like, ooh, wow, he's my favorite type deal. And for Anastasia Archer, she's cuter and has a big battery. Understandable. I never thought Carrie was all that popular, to be honest. Yeah. Isn't Edison incredibly strong at this point? No. I mean, like, he's got a really, like, robust kit in terms of, like, all the various different things he can do. But he's kind of like a jack of all trades, not really like, oh, hey, I've got these, like, standout uses. And I know the exact second that I say that, someone's going to go, well, actually, Cad, he's perfectly great with Ace. You just don't like him. And I'm going to be like, no, he like it's the same argument as like people trying to say that you have to have Ibuki Berserker for like Arcuate. It's like there are other ways of doing that. Yes, that is an intended use for them. Yes, they can fill into that niche, but no, you don't really have to hyper focus on that sort of thing. So it's like if you don't have Edison, can you still manage to do stuff in spite of it? Yeah, you absolutely still can. Edison's very fun, particularly in Tamamo comps. Yeah, I can see that. Because obviously you've got the cooldown reduction there, and that's definitely going to be a thing. Edison and Strong aren't the words I'd use. Yeah, especially his NP damage has never been his forte. He's always been one of the weakest NPs for the casters. What do you think about the Iskandar buff? We'll talk about that here in a second. I'm just getting my AP spent down. Also, chat, don't forget you have 3 hours left in the event. Make sure you collect your profits. Because once the event ends, you cannot collect them anymore. So you have 3 more hours to collect them. That's it. What was I doing on NA? I don't know, but we're going back into Trom until I manage to have my brain ready to process something else. Curses being full on embers again. Do something like that. And then I should be able to get another stack of... Oh, of course, it super sucks. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah, it's no problem. We were talking about it earlier in VIP, so I figured I'd bring it up. Stake out right next to the button until the last second. I mean, you can. There's definitely that level of like, hey, you will at least, like, if nothing else, you'll at least get QP right up to the last second. What's that, 216 Ash for Riku? Oh, I haven't even looked at Riku's stuff. I probably need to. Yeah, see, now I'm back into a comp where I press buttons in whatever order I damn well feel like, rather than Erish's comp where I have to pay attention to the order I press things in. And yeah, Avalon had a good pin there. Don't forget, we do have maintenance tonight as well. What am I doing? There we go. Fingers work. Yeah, I gotta look at how much unforgettable Ash I have. I don't know. Like, at the same time, I don't know that I desperately need Sendo Riku, so it's like, it be what it be. If I don't get her up and running right away, it's not the end of the world. I hate maintenance. I love maintenance. Maintenance brings good things. Do you think we should keep the Vinci in case of a rerun? They actually did talk about that a little bit in the Famitsu interview. Apparently, it's now going to be kind of left to the players to vote. I don't know, right? Like, I'll say this: there's no harm in keeping it, so may as well just keep it. At least like a handful of copies of it, right? Like if you want to save enough for like maximum bonus or something, or at least up to the point of whatever bonus you do have if you can't get to maximum. But yeah, I think it's better to be safe than sorry. My mind practically moved on from summer already. Oh, you think yours did? You guys have asked me like the past 3 days about the summer banners, and like, you know, I've had people be like, Cad, where should I roll? Cad, who should I get? And every single time I get asked that question, my brain is like, on JP? Like what do you mean roll for a Buki, huh? Like my brain is already like, I've already like moved on and assumed that banner is over mentally. So it's really funny that this is still being a thing. What banners are coming after maintenance? It should be a Space Ishtar banner. We are getting the Fate Stay Night campaign and the 26 million downloads. Because they did in fact combine them, which is like I was saying the other day, I find it really funny that when we were first looking at the Fate Stay Night announcement, I was like, oh, this is weird. This looks kind of like the download campaign. And then they announced the download campaign is going on top of it. And I was like, huh. But in that regard, I don't really know what the heck we're gonna do until Gouda. Like, we've got this campaign. Maybe they do a back to school. But otherwise, yeah, I don't really know what their plan is. 60 Sandcourts, which is nice. Yep. Blue Pool Farm type for an A, Pog. See, Blue Pool Farm, or you can be like me and you can just sit here and you can just keep farming. Okay, I definitely need some ashes. Yeah, I've not farmed Trom nearly enough. I've finished college, off to find a job. Good luck, Godspeed. Job market not great right now from what I hear. But it probably depends on the job. I need to work on my Charlie. I like the hilarious part is I actually don't really even need my Charlie up and online. You guys can see, like, I have him at skill levels of like 8 and he's still like doing work because I have NP3. People are still interested in Space Ishtar? Yeah, I mean, like, Space Ishtar? What? Like, no. Who needs Space Ishtar? That's so like 3 or 4 years ago now. Like, we're on the Space Erish train now. Chat was debating trying for NP2. You can go for NP2 if you want. I'm totally memeing. Spishy, not Jane. My poor Spishtar. Yes. Yeah, Chat, feel bad for your poor Spishtar. Go stroke her and love her and raise her to 120 as you already were doing. I have NP2 level 100, but was still surprised to see people wanting to roll for her. Roll more. How are you supposed to get her to 120? You're clearly not a true fan. No, I'm kidding. Already did. Okay. Good. Hello, Katana. Life hack, burn your Space Ishtar as a catalyst for Space Arish. I feel like Space Arish would not like you if you did that. Space Ishtar might not care if you burn Space Arish, but I feel like Space Arish would not like you if you burn Space Ishtar. At least based off my understanding of their personalities. What's up, Drink? Phenomenal rolls made it possible. Ah, cursing yourself for Space Arish later, I see. How's it going, Kimba? People were angry to know from Famitsu that Seal is from Servant Verse and not Tsukihime. I mean, I thought we already knew that, though. Like, it straight up says, like, she's mysterious, like, Mysterious Sea or something like that. I don't remember, right? Like, it was heavily implied that she was Servant Verse Seal. So I guess it's like, yeah, I confirmed it, but I still don't understand why that would make anyone angry, right? Because, like, to me, all that's doing is that's just having a lore out for, like, okay, this is why we're not, like anything that happens over in FGO is not going to totally, like, screw over Tsukihime's lore. Maybe do Summer Arish, but I'm having issues to, our loop consistently. Do you think that she's good or that she falls in the same category as Arcuid? NP5 needed to be consistent. I don't think you need NP5 to be consistent with Arcuid. Like, what sort of issues are you having with her? Like, do you have, like, Castoria? Do you have, like, an Oberon and stuff like that? Like, I'm just genuinely curious and asking is why. Like, is it just a damage issue or you don't have, like, enough charge / refund? Arish's Servant Verse, Seal is Servant Verse. Yeah, it appears like we're getting Servant Verse based summer because of that. Started playing after Christmas, so I haven't been playing that long. Understandable. What is the next Oberon banner? End of the year bomber. Yeah, I mean, I guess my question is, like, what type of node are we trying to do, right? Still no Lalter content? Yeah. Hopefully we get something soon. If you use Atlas Mystic Code with Space Arish. I mean, you could definitely still have refund issues in that scenario. Because you don't have plug. Double Castoria, no Oberon. I would like to use 0 charge because I have a non-MLB Black Grail. Well, that's fine. I mean, like, Do you have another third support that that does like 50% charge? Like, do you have like a Waver? Do you have a Reigns? Heck, do you even have someone like Proto Merlin? Do you have somebody like Nero Bride? Any of those should all work. I don't. Okay. Do you have Fragment of 2004? Got you on big TV. Thank you, Wood. Appreciate the alert. But yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, I'm not gonna say that's a unit based issue at that point. It just sounds like you're kind of restricted on your support options for right now, Luis. Plug in Shufu. Yeah, Shufu should work. Like, she's close to Nero Bride and that type of functionality. Cag, can an Oki to alter Summer confirm that mission you're doing right now? Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I don't have I do have an NP3 Charlemagne here, but he's not maxed in terms of his skills. So your refund shouldn't be an issue. The best question would be your damage, and that might be an issue only on the final like rider enemy in this node. Because she's actually who I use to farm this node on JP. Do you think we'll get new appends sooner on an A? Well, let me ask you another question. Do you want new appends sooner on an A? Like dead serious. Yes. Okay, why? With this fix, yes? We don't have the fix yet. If we get them early, Arcuids actually crack. Yeah, that's I suspect the only reason you guys would want them early is because you have one of the units that would function well with the fifth append. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But yeah, that's the only reason why I assume. I assume there is a motivation there is why. But no, I mean, like, I don't think it's a big deal in all seriousness. Like, yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to help out certain units. I was actually talking with Avalon about this today because I think I'm getting ready at this point to be able to do the video on like the fifth append, but it basically just boils down to like there's just kind of a couple of units that are really going to be, you know, the go-to beneficiaries of this. And at that point, I think it's just a simple rule set is what we are going to work with. Are your Scotties both MP1? For me? No. I mean, mine's MP5, but I'm not using her NP here, so. What fix, bro? Yeah, I was gonna say the only thing they're actually doing right now, chat, is they are allowing us to switch which append we have selected. But that's it. That's the only one. With 5-turn charges? No. That turns it into a 4-turn charge. What are you gonna do with that? Like, what that can allow you to do is if you have a 4-turn. Oh, god damn it. Hold on, chat. Right. So if you have a 5-turn charge and you have the append, right, you can turn this instead into a 4-turn. With a 4-turn, well, let's break this down for a second. Double Koyanskaya doesn't really work. Why? Because in order to get this back on the same turn, you have to have used both Double Koyanskaya stuff. Okay, so let's rule out Double Koyanskaya being a beneficiary of that. So instead, what we are going to look at is the potential for maybe something like only a single Koyanskaya. So at that point, then you've got a 2-turn charge, right? And we do get 2 turns of cooldown from working through a 3-turn node. So this would allow you to pop the skill on turn 1 and turn 3 with basically double Oberon as your comp instead. The issue with double Oberon, though, is it is kind of a trade-off. You will get more damage wave 3. You will get less damage wave 2 usually. So, like, if you have a strong enough, robust enough unit that you don't care about wave 2, this can be perfectly fine. If you don't, this is a big ball of nothing. Yeah, the 5-turn charge I don't think is really that big of a deal. Like, again, it could free up a double Oberon comp. I don't know that, like, that's that big of a deal, though, is why. Is there any way to pop Maid's 3rd skill 3 times with a pinned 5? Well, you only get the cooldown once per skill. So, real quick here. Okay, so taking a quick look at it, right? You've got a 3-turn cooldown on this. This would make it 2 turns. Okay? You do, however, have coaching, and this can reduce one ally skill cooldown by another one. So what this would allow you to do is it allow you to do reloading memes in only 2 turns. If you manage to get cooldown from another source, obviously you can get this faster, but yeah, it's still not going to be something that you can activate on like back-to-back on turn 1. So. Hello, Kato. How's it going? And some guy, they give her the resub. Hey, is Tosaka becoming a meme was not on my 2024 bingo card. Oh, you don't like FGO, or sorry, you don't like FSN randomizer? Have I seen the Chinese anniversary animation? It's pretty cool. Yeah, it did look cool. Imagine Tiamat's already low cooldowns with this fucking bullshit. Actually, I'm not even sure it would benefit Tiamat. And the reason why is because Tiamat already had... Tiamat's one of those really rare units where she already has the ability to double up a skill in the same turn. So... Oh my god, what the hell is this? Oh, I got the beast form. Hold on. I always forget it's larva. So basically the way Tiamat can work... And hold on, because I gotta think about this since I don't have her on my own end, right? But like... Essentially, she's got a 50 turn. So boom, 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 boom. You've got Oberon that you can like flash in here, and that would be perfectly fine. You can give that there, that there. Like, yeah, Tiamat literally only needs the ability to like pop this 3rd skill once in order to even be able to 3-turn. So it's not that big of a deal. Like, in that regard, I don't even think this is that crazy, but like, yeah, you can manage to pop this skill twice in the same turn, right? You're going to end up getting the extra NP damage from it, and that's why people will do it. And so it's like with this, yeah, you can get it reduced to only 1 turn, right? Just naturally. So let's see. So you could pop this skill on turn 1. You would then have a 2-turn cooldown on turn 1 is how I'll look at it. Going into turn 2, you'd have a 1-turn cooldown. Or sorry, you can pop this on skill 1. You'd have 1-turn cooldown. So then you can pop it again on turn 2 immediately. That's going to bring you back to a 2-turn cooldown, but it won't matter because you'll already do basically... Yeah, this is kind of fucky, right? So you're going to end up doing like both the Koyanskaya charge skills here. And then that's going to end up putting you in a weird spot where it's like, hey, chat, would you like to instead pop this skill like 3 times on turn 2 and not at all on turn 3? So So it's like cool because it's only a 1-turn duration, right? So that is the limiting factor. I swear sometimes the devs have clairvoyance on these issues. You can do 1 Koyan charge. Yeah, you'd have to delay the Koyan charge for turn 3 because that's how I would do it. Would be basically that I would let's see. So I would pop it on turn 1 with a 1-turn cooldown. You get it back. I'd pop it on turn 2. You'd get a 2-turn cooldown. You'd use one of the Koyan Skya charge skills. You'd use an Oberon charge skill. You would be ready to pop it again. But my advice would be not to, and to delay popping it instead until turn 3. So you'd pop it again, that'd give you another 2-turn cooldown. You'd use the other Koyan Skya charge skill that'd give you another 2-turn cooldown, and then you'd be able to pop it a fourth time here. So yeah, you can pop this more because of this, but I gotta be really honest with you, this really does not make that big of a difference for her. This only gives her another 20%, basically. Yeah, well, and here's the thing. I'm going to be real with y'all. Even before the 5th append, you could already do the double pop on turn 3. So it doesn't really impact turn 3 at all for you. The only thing this is going to impact is like turn 2, kind of? Yeah, it's really not a big deal. This will allow servants like OG Saber, Buster with 1 Koyan in case you don't have it on your own. I'm gonna be real with you, boss. You ain't 3-turning without her like mana loading unlocked really anyways. So we're in a world in which you have enough to have 2 appends for your Saber, but you don't have a Koyan. I'm not saying that can't happen because Saber is permanent. I'm just saying it's unlikely. If you're catching my drift. It's also not going to suddenly turn her into a Black Grail Looper. You'd probably use both Koyan's charge on turn 2 so you can pop skill 2 turn 2. Yeah. Only problem is then you lose out on the extra MP damage for the double pop on turn 3. So it really just like for the Tiamat examples, it really just depends on where you want your damage located in turn 2 or turn 3. Most of the time it's going to be turn 3, but there is the occasional like weird 90++ node where it's like, haha, we threw higher health enemies in wave 2 instead of wave 3. You can Black Grail loop but only 2-turn. I don't count that. That's not looping as far as I'm concerned. Every single unit in the game can basically work, in a 2-turn scenario. Right? Because like you have double Oberon, which gives 140%. You have literally a third support that can give 50%. And as long as you have an append unlocked, there's your missing 10. So every unit in the game can 2-turn from Black Grail. That's why I say like forcing 200% is not a deal. That's why like I only look at things as a looping perspective if we can do 3 turns. Usually. Free Saber and SSR ticket. It's very easy to have in P2 Sabers. Sure. Very easy to. I'm not going to deny that. I'm just saying it's unlikely at that point that you don't have your own Koyan as well. It implies that you've been playing the game long enough to have that. I read someone's idea for the 3-star rider buff to be Alexander and a buff to his quick up to make him a new low star quick support. I'm not gonna lie, I hate that idea. I only hate that idea because everybody and their brother keeps, like, every time you say there's no low star quick support, people are like, but Alexander, and I'm like, no, he's not a low star quick support, dear Lord. So, like, yeah, they could turn him into that, but I'm gonna be real. Let's say they changed his quick up to 50%. He still doesn't have like any charge support for a quick unit. Like, it'd be really tough trying to call him a support unit still. Spartacus can now do double Koyan instead of double Oberon. What do you mean? What do you mean I'm not seeing the true impact of it? Like, that is 100% the type of person that it impacts. Huh? Like, Spartacus is somebody that has always had a longer cooldown, and it's the 7-turn cooldown people that are impacted by this. Like, he is the textbook example of somebody that is a good beneficiary of this buff. Like, the 7-turn cooldown people are straight, like, this is right up their alley. God, Juna at home got better? Exactly. Behold this man, for he is all muscle. No, I mean, I know what you're saying, Louise. I'm just saying I don't really feel like it's that big of a deal. Like, I don't feel like it's this game-changing thing that everyone keeps talking about, right? Like, it's game-changing for a handful of units. It's not going to really make a big difference for everybody else. Like, to me, where you're going to see... So your first and foremost primary beneficiary of this fifth of pen are going to be buster units. And in particular, it's going to be units that have, let me see here, basically a 6-turn steroid. That's where, like, the majority of units will find benefit from it. And what will that benefit be? That 6-turn steroid will go from being able to be used on turns 1 and 3 to now being able to be used on turns 1 and 2. So if the 6-turn steroid is a 1-turn duration buff, there's no benefit. Well, I won't say that. There would be a benefit because you would instead do it on turns 2 and 3 at that point. But I will say that regardless, the only difference here is you're just shifting the damage from where it's occurring, right? Like, it might be the, like, okay, now we can snug it up and we can shore up wave 2. But it may just be the case that you didn't care because you already had wave 2 cleared regardless. So that's what I'm trying to say is, like, yes, this might have an impact for certain units, but the impact is likely to be small and it's likely to be insignificant for most units. From there, you're starting to look at charge scenarios, and if it does impact a unit's charge scenario, it will be a big thing, but it won't for the majority of units. 7-turn cooldowns are the ones where it's really going to matter. And then there is the occasional, like, weird unit. Wouldn't we need to see if they adjust content for it first? For the 5th append? They're not going to adjust content for it. It's still a good buff for majority of servants in CQ. Yeah, I think that's actually where it probably has its true value. Like just in general. But in that regard, we can also say the same for, like, the 4th append. And that's Tamamo. She can double up her skills as long as she's able to use her MP during wave 1 or 2. Needs excess charge from Castoria Oberon to do it, though. But also the question is double up versus Castoria MP instead. Right. Yeah, I'm not really sure that that's necessarily worth it. Like, this is the sort of, like, what if things chat where people are going to, like, argue with me on the point of semantics, and then they're never going to actually fucking do it. Like it's in the world of spreadsheets and numbers, like, this is a great idea, and then in the world of practicality, no one will bother to jump through the hoops to try. It's basically case by case. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and say this flat out. If anyone thinks they're actually changing the design of the game because the fifth append, it's kind of weird. Like the only thing that I'll say that you should be concerned with is not the design of the game and its nodes. You should be concerned with the fact that they might start to say, hey, look, you've got a charge skill. What if we made it 7 turns? That's going to be a thing, right? Like, now I will say, however, though, that there were units before the 5th append came out that did have 7-turn charges. So the only question would be if all of a sudden it started becoming really prevalent. Then you'd be able to point at that and say, like, hold on, but I don't think they're going to do that. Especially not now with the backlash they got over this. Vigabron has an 8-turn battery, which is stupid. Yeah, you'll still see that occasionally. But and please understand, chat, this is exactly why I'm trying to downplay this, because I think everybody else and their brother is trying to hype this up as if it's bigger than it actually is. I'm trying to calm you guys down so that you guys think rationally about this, and so that you guys don't like froth at the mouth and seethe and get angry about like this 5th append not being instantaneously accessible to you. I really don't think it's going to make that big of a deal for the majority of units. The skill will have a battery and uber buffs. Probably. That's usually usually when we see a 7-turn cooldown on a charge skill, it's because the charge skill is either a 100% charge skill or because we basically have a charge skill plus a crap ton of stuff. Couple that with class score. Yeah, I was pointing that out. Like, I'm actually surprised they made the 4th append crit, given that class score was already in the game. It feels kind of nutty to me that they bothered. Okay. Speaking of units like Spartacus, chat. Okay, website. I know that you have to fully load before you'll actually pop this open. The whole reason I like doing it this way, chat, is because I can just literally go like, I can type in like a portion of it and then go down and select it rather than having to type in the whole freaking name. It usually ends up being faster. And half the time you try to type in the name and fandom's search engine doesn't actually find the thing that you want, which is sad. It really should. There are a bunch of people being like, they said this is in the Famitsu magazine, and I just shook my head and watched Trub's analysis when I was free. Yeah, no, it's so most of the stuff that I saw on Twitter was like really, and I'm gonna be clear with you guys here. This is an every year thing, okay? Every year for the past like 5 years, we get the armchair translators that are like, this was said in Famitsu, and they like extremely paraphrase it to the point that it like whatever the statement was that they were trying to make, a lot of the times it loses its meaning. So like either they end up being like partially right or they end up being completely wrong. And you're sitting there and you're just like, oh my God, please guys, context matters. Because like I already saw a couple tweets myself from people, and I was just like, no, that's not my understanding of that at all. Like from what I heard from Trub saying. You need some comparison numbers for Nito. I can copy some older ones from before. Yeah, give me the Valks and give me Taisui. I feel like that'll be all I'll need. Watch them release another support with cooldown reduction to make Append 5 better. No, I don't think you're ever going to see another one in that regard. Like not that'll function like perfectly with Koyenskaya, right? I think if you're going to see any more cooldown reduction, you're probably going to see it in the way of like Arts or Quick, not in the way of Buster. Nasu out of context is worse than meaningless. Oh yeah, like for instance, a lot of people are going to take the last paragraph of Nasu's interview and they're going to doom that. And the hilarious part there is like, I was talking with Trubs about it. I said it even while I was watching Trubs for that portion. Like, people like taking Nasu like word for word at this point when like, so for instance, chat, let's say Nasu is writing a new story and you're an interviewer and you ask Nasu, hey Nasu, how is the story going to end? Do you think Nasu's going to tell you the actual answer? Like, and this has been a thing in like interviews for years with him. Like even pre-FGO, this has been a thing. Like, no, he's never going to tell you with a straight face the actual answer. So, like, people are going to take Nasu literally on stuff like that. And I'm like, do you not understand that he's absolutely, like, yanking your chain? Everyone dies at the end, yes. Yeah, he's trolled numerous times. And like we said, the textbook example that we can give you guys is in the Famitsu interview last year. He was asked, would there ever be another beast? And he said no. Not from pan-human history. And basically, I think he originally said no. Takeuchi called him out on it and said, hold on, you can't say that. And then he said, well, not from pan-human history, at least. And, like, basically was like, I'm technically correct. And so it was one of those deals where it's like, oh, hey, look, now we have Space Summer Erish from the Servant verse, who's a beast. So, like, yeah, it's exactly like that, where, like, oh, he said no, and everyone's like, there's no more beasts, and no, there in fact is another beast. Nasu doesn't want to ruin suspense and excitement, so he'll lie and hide things. Yeah, 100%. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not holding that against Nasu. I'm just saying, like, this is more people can't, like, seem to pick up on that, right? He's the best kind of correct, yeah. I don't take him too seriously when he says never. Yeah, I agree with that. Everyone's been doom posting with that in regards to a certain other character from upcoming. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but it's fine. No, so he has complex plots in his writing. It'd be foolish to think he can't weave lies in his response to questions. Oh yeah, like and chat. This I think goes without saying, but do you not think that all the questions are pre-screened? Do you not think that they don't know what they're going to get asked ahead of time? Nasu already knows what he's going to respond with. It's logical that the beasts are from other universes since they're based on current characters in our Chaldea. Well, when you start considering that a beast is just an evil of humanity, what happens when humanity exists amongst the stars, right? Like, well, you still have humanity, so in theory, there can still be a beast. To the point that Castori's Bond lines released 1 year early make no sense. I don't believe his statements. If you want Torking, feel free to DM me which one you're thinking of. Just because I'm not sure which one you're talking about, but I'd be curious to know what you're thinking is not lining up. That question isn't appearing in magazine, pretty much. Okay. So, do we know what Beast Erish is? No. No, we do not. And that's just because Erish is literally a servant versed beast. So, we're not even sure if there's like an entire like numeral system for the beasts in that regard. Okay, chat. Let's talk about the Nito ass here. As again, I have been saying she finally got the buff. So if you guys haven't like paid any amount of attention at this point, Nito Assassin has not been in a good place. Like this has been a thing, and we've tried to like tell you about it, but it just be what it be. Here, Aurelia, you're kind of blocking the screen here. Get over in the corner, woman. So, and part of the issue with her has always just been that her kit has kind of been wonky from day one. If we compare her to her caster form absolutely just trounces her for two reasons. One, her caster form just has 100% charge. Okay? That has always been in her caster form's favor. Now, from there, we basically can look and say that, you know, okay, well, but refund might be better since that's kind of what she's based around. The issue at play here was her refund kind of gets screwed. And the reason it gets screwed is because she basically ends up having a NP that has a chance to instant kill after damage. That's the issue at play here. You might be seeing, by the way, that the chance to instant kill is activating first. It is. It is. But it actually occurs after the damage is the problem. Sorry, before damage. Yeah, no. Yeah, you're right. I'm totally mixing this up in my head. Forgive me. I'm speaking entirely in tongues now. So it is activating first. And I was sitting there thinking, I was like, no, it's got to be the other way around. But no, I'm wrong. It activates before damage. So therefore, because you don't actually land any hits on the enemy, if you get a death proc, you don't get no refund. Refund just ends up going bye-bye, and you basically just end up being screwed. So it's one of the big issues that she's always had in her kit, is that capacity to accidentally death proc something and then gain no refund. And that's, to be honest with you, assuming that Nito even had good refund to begin with. Even for an arts unit, her refund was relatively troublesome. She does have 0.78 here. She does end up having like some stuff in her kit, like the ability to taunt and draw enemies to her. And she did have NP gen rate here by 30%. But all of this was only on a 3-hit arts NP, so it's not like she had a whole lot going on. She also reduced defense after damage output as well, so she was really kind of reliant on not only the ability to hit 3 enemies, but also then the ability to form like an arts chain in order to have any shot at actually being able to refund. So she was in a pretty atrocious state. Her only real use in most circumstances was actually as a tank. She had the ability to increase her own defense for 3 turns, scaling up to 30%, and a further increase to her own defense for 1 turn by 30%. Kind of like, if you want to think of it this way, like Tamamo's morph skill. And then it also increases her own debuff resistance for 30%. She had the ability to taunt, and also added in a damage cut for 3 attacks, 5 turns by up to 2,000 damage. So again, she is a tanky unit, but she didn't really have a whole lot going for her in the way of offensive firepower, and her death proc stopped her from refunding relatively well if you managed to be unlucky enough to actually land the death proc, which is sad because we really shouldn't have to say that. And they ended up coming back in here and they ended up saying, you know what? It's finally time for her to get an MP interlude. And so they do that. She increases the damage she deals to all enemies, now by, again, the standard NP interlude amount here. She reduces their defense by 20% for 3 turns afterwards and seals their skills. And more importantly, she adds waterside battlefield status to the field for 5 turns. The language here is important. She adds waterside battlefield status to the field for 5 turns. What does that mean, chat? That means this. This is exactly like Millennium Castle Battlefield. Her buff goes up into the top right. It is not actually something that is on her character. So it is very interesting in that regard. And you can see this is literally what the notes are going to tell you. The field buff is active. Tapping on it will show its duration. Waterside Battlefield cannot be removed because it's not on her. It's basically attached to the field itself rather than the servant. It is stackable if you use the NP in successive or alternate turns, but it will be removed just like with Arcuid if she's defeated. So do understand, while it's not on her, if she dies, it goes bye-bye. But in that regard, it is nice because it does allow you the ability to, again, be able to kind of have this and not have it be removable. She's also now another unit that can bring Waterside Battlefield, so there is that benefit as well. And yeah, as Trubs is saying, I think both of us at this point have told people that, like, this is probably the way things are going to work in the future to some degree. That I fully expected that they were going to, at some point, once we saw how they handled it with Arcuid, start doing it with other units. So the fact that they're doing it here, I expect there's going to be more to come in the future. Now that we've seen a second one, we know they will do it more. To go away if she plugs out. No, it is attached to the field. It's only on if she's dead. But again, it is an interesting thing in that regard. They also increased her chance to instant kill enemies. Thankfully, again, it was base of, I think, 30%. And then now it's up to 60. So they basically doubled that as well. So she now has a greater chance to instant kill. And if you'll notice, it lost the activates first line, which means it now happens after damage. So she just has a chance to death proc and it will not interfere with her ability to refund. So again, her refund still not going to be the greatest, but it is absolutely going to be a lot more manageable, since you won't end up getting screwed out of it by virtue of death proc. Talking about Summer Nito's actual refund numbers here, basically with 2 times Castoria against 3 riders, she actually will end up refunding 100%. with only 3 out of 9 overkill hits. So we are going to manage to be able to do this. Castoria is somebody that's going to basically have made units like Nito come a long way due to the sheer amount of NP gain added to their kits. And then basically, even if you got none, you would still get her back to about 88%. The big thing to denote here is that please remember that Nito has no charge anywhere in her kit. So that is going to be a concern for you. If you do manage to use her on 3 Berserkers, you basically can at least get over 50% with 0 hits, as long as there's 3 enemies that you're up against. But you will not be able to get to 100% against triple Berserker. The best you're kind of going to be looking at is going to be about 96%, and that is, again, at 9 out of 9 overkill hits. From there, we're also going to have about 74, almost, I'll say 75% here instead, basically at 3 out of 9 overkill hits. So still pretty manageable. That would still easily be enough, assuming you had like a 3rd support in there that had the ability to do a decent amount of charge. Because again, odds are you might even get like a 4th overkill hit or something like that at some point. So it's definitely a lot more manageable depending on what you're doing, particularly in an early wave. But yeah, I do think that this is going to really help someone like Nito out. It does mean that you're basically going to be able to Black Grail loop with her where you couldn't really before. And a good reason for that is just the change to the instant death. So now with Summer Nito, you've got quite a lot more usability. She won't nearly be as much of a dud in your Chaldea. And I do really, really like that. She's a unit that absolutely deserves it. She has never really had her time in the sun, even from her release. So this is a lot better now in terms of how she's going to be capable. You can see, though, obviously, you're not going to necessarily have the best of scenarios with regards to damage numbers here. We're going to kind of prioritize looking at the Neoplug version rather than the Arctic. But the Arctic can be done, and you can manage it with just 2 times Castoria, assuming we're facing something like Riders again. But either way there, again, looking at this, you can see we do have decent capacity for numbers, but certainly we also have the Valks in here that are pretty much just going to flat out beat, at minimum, an NP2 Nito. So do keep that in mind as well as we start to compare these two. NP5 Nito will manage to win, But do remember that the Valks end up having that anti-earth, and if that's in play, dear lord, you're not going to beat them no matter what you do on Nito. We also have Tai Sui. Tai Sui's always been kind of messy. Don't forget, these are neutral numbers, so Tai Sui is going to get multiplied by 1.5, whereas the Summer Valks and Summer Nito are going to be multiplied by 2. So definitely a thing there, but obviously we do end up having, quite significant numbers for someone like Tai Sui, and he also has the man niche, which is just going to make him sort of uncatchable as well. So don't expect your Assassin Nito to suddenly be your like top damage dealer or anything like that. But she definitely now can hang with the big boys a lot more, and she is a lot more usable. So yes, they get a like 10 out of 10 for this buff. This is perfect. This is exactly what she needed. And again, it's fantastic. And I love the addition of the waterside battlefield to it for it. So absolutely bonkers and great buff. Okay, and then we end up with with a unit that has been long overdue. Our brother, chat. Our brother. Bro Iskandar. The second king of jobbers. So the great king of conquerors here has, I'm going to say, been always in a tight spot at this point. Even when he comes out at, I'm going to say, like, kind of the late stage of what we consider to be, like, K-scope farming in the game. We already, at the point in time where he comes out, had started to have several loopers. Summer had happened before that, so we started to have units like Surf Mo and units like again Squirtoria and stuff. We ended up getting, after him, like units like Merlin and such, but it was definitely a thing where already we were beginning to see somewhat of the decline of K-scope in terms of necessity for farming purposes. What really kind of ended up being the nail in his coffin was, ironically enough, Scotty. Because when Scotty comes into the game, we suddenly have a second 50% charging support in the game. And all of a sudden, we start seeing a lot more loopable units. Looping units hurt Iskandar. And the reason why is because Iskandar has always been someone that dealt high damage and literally brought all the buffs to the table. He had party-wide attack, he had NP damage up, and he basically had Buster up as well. So Iskandar just naturally carried all three major steroid types into the battle with him and dealt good damage because of it. The trade-off here is because Iskandar already had all three types, he did not scale as well with the addition of other buffs compared to somebody that had no buffs instead in their own kit. So in that regard, he definitely didn't scale as well as, say, someone like Ivan, but he naturally just had strong damage for years and it managed to outperform Ivan. Then all of a sudden we end up with the Koyanskaya and Oberon introductions into the system. We end up with Ivan getting a charge skill, and boom, there you go. All of a sudden Ivan just rockets right past Iskandar and ends up in a much, much better scenario. So at that point in time, Iskandar was truly dead. You could still use him, but you had to be inventive with how you did, and it usually did still involve a K-scope of some sort. And this has actually been how I've managed to use him over the years, as sort of just a buffer, since he does have the party charisma, and now with his upgrade to his second skill, he has 3 turns on the NP damage buff that he provides. So in that regard, he was somebody that could take out a wave for me and then manage to buff whoever the other damage dealer was and allow that to function. That being said, in the last couple of years here, I got to be real with y'all and say that I have not really used him nearly as much, because even stuff like that has kind of waned in the power of things like Castoria comps and the ability to really just pop off with things with the Buster systems that are now in play. So Iskandar just really found himself in need of charge. And we've talked about this before, because I know a lot of people kind of feel this way, that honest to God, not every unit in the game needs charge. That shouldn't be the case, right? We don't want to see every unit being the exact same as every other unit. The problem is that notion died like 3 years ago. It died with Iskandar, right? Like, we ended up giving units like Altera charge, and at that same time, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, Iskandar ends up needing charge as well, right? Like, we're long past the point of the game where we needed to be arguing about units getting charge because everybody has it now. And so at this point, it's just the haves versus the have-nots. We may as well just end up giving just about everyone charge because it's kind of the meta thing. It's kind of the expected thing from the community with regards to this. So in that regard, I'm absolutely happy that they did give him this. I did say if they wanted to balance him a little bit more, they probably should have only given him 20%, because that would have kept him out of double Koyanskaya comps, which would have kept him out of being able to double up literally this skill, literally this skill, and literally this skill. But they didn't do that. And so as a result, Iskandar do be getting strong. So here's what they did. They took Iskandar's charisma, which honestly is not a bad charisma. It's an A rank, it's 3 turns, it's a flat 20%. There's nothing wrong with this charisma. But they took it and they say, let's change it into those who go towards the beyond. And they basically leave the charisma portion intact, give him charge to his own gauge of up to 30%, now on a 5-turn cooldown. And they actually low-key just gave him one of the craziest niches in the game. They gave him the ability to grant the entire party the ability to ignore defense. Chat, I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. There's not very many people that can do this for the party. There are certainly people that can do this for themselves, but do it for the party? Yeah, this is kind of a major blow to someone like Sherlock. He is Iskandar Holmes at this point. So in that regard, this is wild for him. Like, this is absolutely crazy. This now gives him, without having a true damage niche, this gives him a niche to be used. So this is an exceptional buff. I really do like it in that regard, but certainly this does hurt the viability of units like Sherlock, because now you just don't necessarily have to take him. Now you can just end up instead using somebody like Iskandar and just oonga boonga your way through the node. So in that regard, I do feel for someone like Sherlock, but I don't feel too bad, because our bro Iskandar basically has never really had his time in the sun either. He's kind of always been looked down on as nothing more than a damage stick. And in that regard, I do like this for him. This definitely helps him out a lot more. So keep in mind that this now allows him to function in a double Koyanskaya setup. This obviously allows him to really pop off and hit hard. So let's compare his damage numbers. And we're going to start with his old damage numbers and how they would look. So for instance, in a 3-turn system, you would actually see that Iskandar would deal no damage. And that's because Iskandar couldn't 3-turn. Iskandar didn't even have 10% charge. We couldn't 3-turn with the man, because that is literally all you need for a unit to be able to 3-turn. Now, this is technically not a correct depiction. Avalon should have at least given me the 2 turns. But yeah, it is what it is, right? Like, so Iskandar could do nothing before. Now, post buff, we can start to look at, wait, where did that go? Okay, post buff, we can start to look at his actual raw numbers. NP1 at wave 1 and wave 2, honest to God, not really that beefy, not really that strong. Wave 3, though? That's good numbers. It's certainly not like crazy, but you're now going to be able to utilize Iskandar with a 50% CE. You're going to be able to utilize him in a double Koyanskaya setup. He's going to be able to double up all of his skills. So definitely some really, really strong stuff there. Now, the interesting portion here is again going to be this third skill, because this third skill is Buster up for only 1 turn. In that regard, if they do buff him again, it's probably going to be right here. Because even though we can double this up, we can only do it on turns 1 and turns 3. And so that is why you see his damage number on turn 1 is a little bit higher than turn 2. We're getting that third skill out on turn 1 so that we can pop it again on turn 3. So in that regard, we're not actually doubling up his third skill. At least not from the standpoint of overlap for turn 3. Still, though, definitely very interesting in that regard. Yeah, I too thought they were going to buff the third skill and not the first one. But maybe they looked at that and they were like, might make him too strong, right? But yeah, definitely an interesting thing. So let's take a look at his numbers now in comparison to someone like, say, Ivan. And you guys can see Ivan is certainly still a great unit, but obviously we're going to be relying on power mods here basically to help really drive Ivan. And functionally, without those, he's already going to be strong. If we just look, for instance, at the man niche, we've got 406 there for him. And then basically comparing that for NP1 of Ivan, yeah, Ivan squarely loses now. So where Ivan's really going to be strong is if he can manage to combine both of these, as then that's going to allow him some power, but still no, he's still not going to beat Iskandar. So Iskandar is pretty much just going to beat Ivan now, pound for pound, unless Ivan manages to, again, like, find himself in a much more advantageous scenario of, like, having additional MP levels. If you rolled hard on Ivan and you have a lot versus a, like, NP1 Iskandar, your Ivan will still be better. But yeah, we're starting to see the creep back of why, like, it took years for Iskandar to actually be dethroned in terms of damage. And it's because he's just always been really strong. And I am going to go ahead, and I don't often do this, but I am going to throw out the lore argument. I do believe that Iskandar should always be one of our strongest AoE riders, just by virtue of who he is. He's kind of been set up to be that way from the very get-go when they did put him into the game. So it's really odd to see that they just kind of let him languish all these years, because he is a insanely popular character. So I'm really surprised to see that they just made him to the point where, like, yeah, he was, I'm not going to say unusable, but you really had to, like, go to great lengths to even try to use him. So yeah, I do think he's pretty iconic at this point as well now. Now, there is another interesting thing here, and we can actually talk about this. I've got 2 examples that we were talking about before, because I was talking with Avalon on the side before stream about this. And one of them is going to be basically Shingen here. So Takeda Shingen came out last year with Guda Guda. And you guys can see that essentially we do end up having an old version of him where obviously not the greatest of damage numbers, right? He's also going to be someone that's going to work with cranking 2 times Koyan and Oberon. And you guys can see it is what it is. But he is somebody that's going to be the beneficiary of that 5th append. He's going to be one of those units. And you can see the sheer raw damage increase that's going to make between the 2 variants. It's going to allow him to get back to those skills and really allow for a lot more damage. It's going to end up turning him into a Black Grail Looper when he was a cranker before. So he's no longer going to be cranking his hog. He's going to instead be sipping off that corrupted juice, basically. And again, you can see it's going to make a huge difference. The second we have any unit that's going to be able to touch Black Grail, it's going to really almost double their numbers. And we do see that here. We definitely can see that someone like Shingen gets a lot more powerful in that system. Same thing if it ends up changing the system for you. So we actually have another setup here for Ace as well. And you guys can see basically that Ace is somebody else that's going to benefit from the 5th append. Because again, looking at her numbers before, she had to actually use 2 times Oberon. Certainly that means your third wave there was basically going to be quite nice. But definitely a little bit of fall off there in the early waves in terms of damage, because double Oberon comps have a tendency to not be super strong there. Still, again, now with the Append 5, we're not really changing too much in the way of like the Plug Suit or the Black Grail, but we've now switched to a double Koyanskaya comp instead of double Oberon. And this is going to afford us, again, a little bit more firepower, basically, by the final waves. And you can see it's going to end up scaling quite nicely with the power mods at play. So this is going to help a unit like Ace out. There are going to be a handful of examples like this where the 5th append really does matter. But I did want to kind of mention it that, again, for the majority of them, it's probably not going to be the case. So just keep that in mind, that these are sort of the extremes of how far the 5th append could stretch someone if it did change their composition and their charging makeup. But if it doesn't change that, don't expect it to really make a huge difference for them. Damage at the end of each turn is the brain freeze? Yes. The Holy Grail shake? Okay, I see what you're going. Yeah, you needed Kuro. That was basically the issue. And it, like, in the same way that we were arguing earlier about, like, oh, hey, well, you know, like, this might allow you to get to, like, an NP with someone like Castoria. It's like, that is an option. Most people are not going to pursue that option if they don't have to, right? Do people need to be maxed or just have an unlocked? Kind of depends on the unit. Kind of depends on if you would gain benefit from being able to like having another cooldown reduction would actually allow you to double up the skill or get it back on a more advantageous turn. Yeah, it's like it's going to depend on, like, does it benefit their steroids and stuff. So, like, let's go take a look at Arcuid here real quick. Types in arc, receives archetype Earth. So, like, thinking about the 3rd append, or sorry, the 5th append, right? Obviously, it's going to make a difference here, as it's going to change this into a 6-turn cooldown skill, which means we can use Double Koyanskaya. Double Koyanskaya means we're already going to be able to get this skill back here on turns 1 and 3. Interesting enough. But with the 5th append leveled one more time, you would gain the ability to pop this on turns 2 and 3. Kind of ideal, right? Because this way, obviously, we have the 3 turns of attack up, but we're also getting the 3 turns of defense down. This would allow us to shift the defense down off of wave 1, where we just probably don't need it, to wave 2, where we might need it depending on the scenario. But again, it definitely can depend. Maybe you just want to have the extra attack up right away. In that regard, you can try to work it in and say, hey, I'm going to do it on turns 1 and 2 instead of turns 2 and 3. Just if you do that, you're going to end up losing out on the defense for wave 3. So, like, hers is kind of a weird one, because no matter what you do, like, yes, you can, it allows you to move it around, but there is a trade-off due to the fact that it's a hybrid skill, right? Two appends a bond 14, if that's what you're thinking about. Am I bad at math? Don't worry, we're all bad at math to some degree, right? To some degree. Saber Wars 3 it is. Yeah, I do really wonder if that's going to be our summer at this point. Like, it will be curious to see. Wait a minute. Am I not seeing YouTube again? Might the cooldown reduction let Lartoria Black Grail loop? No. That's... why? So chat, I obviously like the ingenuity of the Koyanskaya system, but I'm beginning to low-key hate the Koyanskaya system. So for instance, let's take Lartoria, right? Oh, I can't do this. It's Artoria, Pendragon, Lancer. I'm not gonna find it the other way. All right, so taking a look at this, obviously, right, like, we've got Torrent of Light here. This is already on a 5-turn cooldown. I mean, I guess we could like double pop this in one turn, but it wouldn't really be of a benefit to us to do so. Well, no, that wouldn't help. Because the way the cooldowns work, like you're not going to be able to do it. So again, kind of messed up there. Second skill's on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's not really helping that. That's getting it to a 4-turn cooldown, and that doesn't really do much for you in this sort of setup. And then the third skill here is our charge skill. So let's think about this proactively. What would this allow us to do? So we can start out with an append, and Lartoria refunds 20% each turn. So we'll just go ahead and pencil that in, and we'll have it, right? Lartoria has a 50% charge skill. And normally this comes on turns 1 and 3, okay? Now, if we had the cooldown reduction, we could potentially get this back on the second turn. But what would we need to do in order to do that? So we would have to pop Koya and Skaya's charge skill turn 1, have to pop it turn 2, and then we would have it again for turn 3. That's an interesting premise. But then we don't have it. Sorry, have it again for turn 2, but then we don't have it for turn 3, right? So like with this in mind, then basically let's assume that this 50% is instead from someone like Oberon. So this 50% is now from Oberon, and Oberon also has an additional 20%. Oh no, we are still 10% short. Fucking hate this system. So it doesn't really matter what you do. And here's the hilarious part too, chat. If you actually add up, so we're 10% shy on turn 3, but if you add up turns 1 and turn 2, you actually have 120% charge on both these turns. You just have no way of actualizing it. You have no way of bringing it forward to the third turn. And I hate that. I hate that so much. I wish that weren't the case. So it really do be kind of like messed up in that sense. It's just kind of how it always has been, though. And I mean, like, hold on, let me think about this. So even if we were to start out with, like, say 10% just from having it unlocked, and we were to do, like, say Oberon turn 1, right? That gets us to 30%. The problem is we can't get another 20% with the current systems. So, like, it's the weird thing is like the 20% charge that she does get are controlled by the refund of her NP. So it's really, really messed up. And if you think that's bad, oh, how do I explain this to you guys? Let's do Artoria Artorpia. Artoria Pendragon Ruler. So Ruler's the one that I feel bad for, and here's why. Ruler has long been plagued by Royal Bunny Jump. Royal Bunny Jump increases her own attack 1 turn after a turn. So, like, basically it's a delayed effect. You pop this skill, and on the next turn, you get 30% attack up. Sounds nice, right? Here, allow me to explain. So that is also her charge skill. There's no way to detach it at the current moment. Chat, this is why I'm like low-key hoping that the buff is Bunny, because dear God, she needs it at least from like the NP damage standpoint. She can refund 20% gauge, but it refunds 20% gauge like blocked into her actual MP. It's not part of her overcharge, so you can't like scale it up with additional ranks of overcharge. So in that regard, oh yeah, no, one of the upgrades that I've proposed that they do for Bunny is to instead just make this 2 turns. I actually that would straight up solve her issue. So that would actually help out in that regard. But so thinking about this, right? This means that we pop this skill on turns 1 and 3. That means we get a delayed effect on turns 2 and 4. Which means turn 3, the turn that you actually need to deal good NP damage, you can't benefit. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, but CAD, with skill reloading, we can reduce this to a 5-turn cooldown. which means we can get it on turns 1 and 2, which means we can gain the delayed effect on turns 2 and turns 3. Right? Sounds good, right? All right, let me break this down for you. So here's the way a conventional bunny 3-turn works. You basically can start her out with a maxed out append. You can start her out with her 40% charge. You can do double Koyanskaya. And you can basically make sure she gets the 20% refund here, get her 40% charge back. And then the reality here is that, like, you don't actually end up needing that much. It's literally at minimum 40% charge that you're missing. So a third support that's 50% or more will do the job. Because what you're going to do on turn 1, chat, is you're going to start her out with a 50% CE. That's the way she currently works. Okay? With this new system, so let's explore this. How would we do this? How would we handle this? Well, we can give her append. We can give her the 20% refund on each wave that we know she'll get. And we can say, let's start her out with the Royal Bunny Jump. Okay, that's going to put its cooldown at 5 turns, which is going to go to 4 as you go to the next turn, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we're now at 60% charge. Let's try to consider this if we don't start out with a 50% C. So we'll do 50% from Koyanskaya. So now the cooldown of this skill was at 5. Now it's at 3. We're going to go into the next turn, and it's now going to be 2. Right? Sounds great. Let's do, at that point, another 50% Koyan charge. Now it's down to 0, and you can pop it again. Well, there you go. This is 100% charge for the first 2 turns. Then we get 70% from Oberon, and we're shy 10%. Again, chat. Again. And the best part here is, guess how much charge we have in the first 2 turns? 110%. So we actually have enough charge to 3-turn. We just can't use it effectively. Now, let's consider, okay, well, if that's the case, Cad, what if you use a 50% charge C like we had talked about before? Okay, well, let's say that 50% is from the charge C. So same setup, right? Only now we've activated the 40% charge. It's now down to 5 turns. But because we didn't use a Koyanskaya charge skill on turn 1, and we fired off the NP, it's going to only be at 4 turns now as we reach turn 2. Which means that we have to use 2 Koyanskaya charge skills instead of the 40% to get it to 0. But because we use 2 Koyanskaya charge skills, we can't use her charge skill this turn. Which means it gets kicked to the next turn. Which means we still don't get the delayed buff. We're fucked either way. There is no benefit to be had from this. And I hate it. I hate it so much. So we are fucked by the extra charge that we have in a Koyanskaya system because of the concept of block 50, as we like to call it. And we're even fucked now that they've added the skill reloading because it still doesn't solve the issue. No matter what we do, we're still fucked. And this is why I low-key hate what they're doing with this system. It's just, out of all the units in the game, it seems to just be particularly screwing the Artorias, because the Artorias are the ones that are known to have refund after their NP despite being a buster unit. And this system is not made for people like that. It's absolutely made to like ignore things like that. So units like this just naturally get the downside of it. Buff bunny, buff mana loading. I don't know what they need to do, right? I can say that ideally for me, I'd like to see an NP interlude. And I'd like to see an NP interlude where this actually gets kicked down to the overcharge effect. That'd be nice. You have 400% instead. This gets kicked down to the overcharge. And I'm probably good with that alone. Those two changes actually like allow her to, okay, well, at least now we have the whole like rising Mudgrail argument. Oh, chat. I gotta do a video on this. This is coming out tonight. I totally forgot about this. So, Rising Mudrain is coming to an A. And just as a little bit of a PSA on this, if you guys hadn't seen, Rising Mudrain has always been really good in terms of craft essences. It is going to be something that is permanently added to the gacha, which means it's not going to be on rate up. And this is going to be like a what if scenario of if Black Grail and an overcharged craft essence had a baby and the baby was like juiced up on steroids. Because that's exactly what we see, as it's the return of our first 2400 attack scaling CE for the first time that the game has seen in a long time. They've been releasing 2000 attack Cs into the game, but a lot of the Cs in the early portions of the game ended up being 2400, and they actually brought it back now for something like Rising Mudrain. So that automatically just means it's solid if you manage to get multiple copies of it and start scaling it up and actually leveling it. That's going to make it good for that reason alone. But it's also going to be fantastic for units like, say, Artoria, or anybody that has an overcharge effect that really has great damage scaling. Why did I say particularly Artoria? Because she doesn't have damage scaling on her NP. Because Artoria and Lartoria basically end up having a overcharge effect that scales charge after their NP. What this CE allows them to do is it allows them to actually refund from zero. Mordred's going to be another beneficiary of this as well. So basically, each one of those units will be able to start from zero. They won't be able to do it with Black Grail, but they will be able to do it with this Rising Mudrain version. And what Rising Mudrain can kind of do for you is, again, it can still, at minimum, give you a ton of extra NP damage. Again, this is not going to be as strong as Black Grail, but it will be something that will allow you to facilitate a 3-turn loop from zero. And again, if you look at that, NP damage of even 40% non-MLB is still going to be stronger than things like cranking or aerial drive. So this is still a really, really good option, even with just a singular copy, let alone starting to look at things like, again, MLB, which this is obviously going to take a long time and a lot of whaling probably for people to get, or just pure RNG luck. But this is going to be a really, really strong craft essence if you do manage to make it all the way up to MLB. As this is going to allow you to not only get the 50% NP damage, but it's also going to allow you to scale the attack. And it's going to get you the 2 ranks of overcharge. Like I said, this is already going to allow you to 3-turn with units like Mordred, Artoria, and Lartoria. But it's also going to help out certain units that maybe have a really strong and robust overcharge mechanic, like someone like, say, a Rash. Somebody that actually gets a ton of damage scaling off of their NP can be the beneficiary of this, particularly if they only need it the one time. But do keep in mind that for just about everything else, Black Grail is going to be the go-to thing. So again, just wanted to PSA that for anyone that wasn't aware, because this will be coming to us with the 26 million downloads campaign, and it is sort of one of the best CEs in the game. It's not going to beat Black Grail. It's probably not going to beat something like Honey Lake in a lot of scenarios, but it will be by far the best overcharge craft essence in the game for damage purposes. And that's why a lot of people are probably going to go after it. It still does have the demerit that Black Grail has where you lose HP every turn, but hey, if you're just in a like one-off scenario or a 3-turn scenario, you're not necessarily going to care about that. So this CE is going to be highly sought after. Just again, keep in mind that trying to get your hands on it when it is just a permanent addition to the actual craft essence pool, that pool is very large at this point in time. So trying to get a singular copy of any CE is very difficult, let alone something like this that will never have a rate up. So obviously that's something to consider. It's just a craft essence that I want you guys to watch out for in the future, as it can really benefit you guys. So again, I hope you guys do keep your eyes peeled for Rising Mud Rain. Okay, there we go. Now I'll clip that out and I'll throw that on YouTube tomorrow, probably at some point. 2400 attack is juicy. Yep. I would have liked an overcharge append. Actually, that would have been kind of nice depending on the unit, right? Like, this is where, like I've said before, I'm actually surprised. One of my predictions was that they would make the 4th and the 5th append a lot more tailored to the unit because it would solve balance issues that the game has. But the devs are lazy. The devs didn't do that. So it is what it is. When does the Fate Stay Night thing drop on an A? That'll be tonight at reset. My 5th copy of Dante's turned into a 6th copy. Terrifying. Yay, content. Yes. Thank you, Cat. Yeah, no problem. We do have maintenance tonight, though, so be careful with that. Crit append on Zerks and Avengers without some crit star absorption or skill quick AoE NP is so meh. Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, this crit append is just naturally going to be nice. It's going to be a lot better on your challenge units where you're going the distance. Same thing with your 5th append here. Like we were talking about, I don't think this append is going to make that big of a difference out of a couple select units. But certainly if we start thinking about it from a perspective of, hey, I'm going to be taking this unit the distance, I'm going to be in a long, drawn-out, protracted fight, yeah, this absolutely does matter. So I really do think that's where you're going to see a little bit of a difference for things. And like, I'll give you guys an example of this. So because there was one unit in the game, that I did purposely roll an MP6 for, and I told you guys I regretted it. Maybe now I don't regret it as much. But it was actually Castoria. Now, if we go look at Castoria, I have a perfected Castoria. Okay? Well, I'm about to. She's literally like at like 117 or 116 out of 120. Okay? But I have all 3 appends. And I have the coins. Whoops, sorry. Thing is, this anti-saber attack damage aptitude I grabbed just because I had the coins. But now that we have this 4th and this 5th append, you can bet your bottom frickin' dollar what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna switch it to this 5th append. I'm gonna get cooldown reduction for the first time I use a Castoria skill. Because that is way better than that shit 3rd append. That is absolutely way better. So, like, having the ability to change that, I do think that's good. And I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I think this is something that should have been in from the start of the append system. Like, we should always have the ability to undo a fat finger, right? Like, I don't understand why they don't, like, have a more forgiving system in that regard. And it doesn't need to be in a way that, like, oh, we scam the system, but, like, yeah, if somebody wants to, like, switch their resources to some other thing, I think that's okay, especially without losing them. NP Scotty it is. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it is what it is, but I do think Castoria, with her challenge usefulness, having this 5th append and being able to get back to that first setup, even faster the first time, yeah, I think that's just naturally going to be valuable. It's okay, but it shouldn't be treated as a fix. It's not. It's not. And I want to be clear about that. Like, again, we've seen people saying like, oh, we won. We got it. We got them to cave. And I'm like, no, you didn't. Mr. 2, out of the kindness of his heart, took pity on us because Aniplex and Sony aren't going to. And his pity will at least allow you to switch them. You know, that's a good question, Tazra. I actually don't know. I actually don't know if there's going to be a, like, restriction on it. If it's like a one-time, you can switch this one time and that's it type deal. Like, we have no idea what that change is because they've just said we'll allow it. They haven't given us any specifics. And chat, I know how I'd do it. Where is it? Do we not have the removers? My God. Did they actually take it off? Okay, here it is. That's how I'd do it. I would say this now also can be used on appends. And then that would actually give you a reason to have these, because then you could switch them around as needed, but you would still be limited by the amount of these that you have. So now we need those? No. Like, they haven't confirmed how they're going to do it. I'm just saying this is how I would do it. If I were the devs, I would take something that is literally defunct and practically useless, and I would give it an additional function. That would be how I would do it. And then all of a sudden, boom, there you go. Now you have the ability to change appends. And it's still gated by however many. Hello? Okay. I don't know what that was, but my computer just like totally like reset its drivers. Dad disconnect? Yeah. Wait, can chat not like see me or hear me? Are we good? Are we good, chat? Wait, no, not shh. Are we good? You good? Okay. I wanted to make sure. I heard a USB disconnect sound. Oh, if you heard it once, I heard it like 10 times. I didn't see any buffering. Yeah. Were you ever not able to see? Your PC blinked. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why that sort of thing happens. It's just really odd to me. Actually, let's test Aurelia. Okay. She's still functioning. You still hear, but just the USB disconnect sounds. Oh, well, in that time, chat, it actually, like, totally reset my mixer. So, like, there was a point in time where you couldn't hear me. That's why I was like, oh no, what is it doing? We could see your avatar talking, but no sound came out. Yeah, it muted my mic, and I saw it, and I was like, ah. But that sort of thing do be happening. I like how code removers would basically yet again switch functions. I mean, I'm okay with it though, right? Like, I think at the how? That's impressive So chat, you can't tell because you can't see anything on the screen changing. But the screen capture is totally frozen. Give me 1 second here. Ew. How would I fix that? This is a unique thing because I have a really unique setup now. All right, chat, let's peer behind the curtain. I'm sorry about that. I had to totally switch scenes in order to be able to access a scene because I'm doing a unique thing with my OBS that's sort of like voodoo witchcraft. It's extremely like very, very weird, and I'm not supposed to be doing it, but it works. Cadception, yeah. And it's the entire reason why, and I don't know if you guys can tell this, right? But so like, if you look up here, you can see, like, do you see the reflection on the edge of the screen where I'm moving my mouse? I'm using voodoo witchcraft to get an actual reflection. So it's a little like feature of this scene that probably no one notices, but I thought was really cool, so we worked hard to try and make it actually be a thing. Witchcraft, yes. So make sure to thank the ghost then. Cad spoiling Lasengle's plan to reuse code removers so they don't so they shot him. Apparently, like, I'm just saying that's how I would do it. I have no idea if that's how they will. They may just provide an actual function, but I'm gonna be real with y'all, it would actually be the perfect intended use of code removers, and it would make people care about them again, especially for things like challenge content and midterms. People could, shift the appends around as needed. So like I said, I do actually think that's a good idea. But all right, chat, that's all I've got for FGO tonight. There we go. Which means I get to click this terrifying button. And I'm going to say that this may or may not blow all of our ears out. $200 hours, let's go. Yeah. Okay, let's see. The tip of the sword was like a flash of lightning. A spearhead thrust to skewer the heart. Even attempting to evade it was pointless. It was but a flash, too swift for the human eye to follow, like a swallow. And yet, moonlight swept in to save me from the strike that threatened to end me. The sound was beautiful, like the tolling of a bell. No, truth be told, the sound hung over me, heavier than an iron weight. This beauty had little to do with aesthetics. The stark armor wrapped about her was like a frozen night itself. Sorry, it was like the frozen night itself. The ringing was not in itself pleasant. it was the sound of steel. But the night herself was beautiful enough to make it into the chiming of a bell. Yes. Her voice resonated in the darkness.
召喚に従い参上した。これより我が剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。ここに契約は完了した。
I'm sure. Oh, sorry. I'm mentally reading. My brain just converted into not voice acting this. Indeed, the pact was sealed, just as she chose to serve me. I'm sure in that moment that I swore to save her. I do really like that they kick off the visual novel this way. And people say the fate route doesn't matter. The moonlight cut through the darkness. As if in imitation of the night, the storehouse regained its former calm. Time had stopped. The vision before me had lasted less than a second. Be that as it may, I will always remember the sight of her as clearly as if it were still happening now, even if I fall into the depths of hell. So FGO. The faint slant of her profile, her serene, divinely green eyes. For a moment, time stopped, and her silhouette, draped in blue, swayed in the wind. I was struck by the pale blue glow. Her hair, as fine as golden thread, was bathed in the moonlight. This happened 10 years ago. Did you check to see if they had Shiro muted? I have no idea. I haven't even gotten to a menu yet, chat. Like, here, let me see. Can I hit escape? Config. Voices, normal. Background. Text display speed, normal. English language. And controls. Safe. New safe. Yeah, the interface is so much nicer already, I can already tell. There is controller support as well for this. Advanced setting? Oh, thank you. Doesn't look like any of it's muted. Why? Like everything's just at 50%. But I feel like we should base boost our Toria, right? Like, I'm just kidding. He was apparently muted at release. Yeah, I think they fixed a lot of those buggy issues. And I assume that's because the game was functioning off of Japanese coding instead, and so it was calling the wrong things. I see someone who takes me back. He's tall with chiseled features. I've never known him to crack a joke. He ruffles my hair affectionately. No, that's not what this is. Or is it? Mac, thank you for the 46. It's more like he's grasping my head and working it like a stubborn jar lid. Maybe he doesn't know how to control his strength. So, your head's a twist top? That's only to be expected. It's the first time he's ever done something like this. It's time for me to leave. You know what to do next. I answered yes in a somber voice. He nodded once, withdrew his hand, and stood up. That's all. Had I known this would be the last time we would ever see each other, I would have done my best to make him laugh with the perfect joke. I had been practicing punchlines in private in the hopes of finally seeing a smile crack that stony face. If I have one regret, it's that I never got to tell him any of my jokes. Get the association in your debt before you become an adult. Any decisions after that, I leave up to you. I'm sure you'll manage on your own. So he said, but I bet he was worried about me. He told me about our family's heirloom jewels, the gems passed down to us from our Grand Master, and how to manage the underground workshop. It was a rapid-fire course of subjects he'd never taught me before. Even as a child, I realized that he would probably never come home again. There was a war. Not a war between countries, but between people. But in this war, there were only 7 combatants. It might not have seemed fitting to call it a war, but having mages involved changes things. 7 mages from different factions competed, but I wasn't sure why. They killed each other using methods I didn't really understand. One of them was the man in front of me. It meant that he would kill and eventually be killed. I'm sure he felt the ticking of his life's clock even more keenly than I did. Rin, before long, the Holy Grail will appear. It's the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it. But above all, it's a path we are destined to walk as mages. And with that, he ruffled my hair one last time and left. I never saw him again. My father/teacher was one of the masters who participated in the Holy Grail War. He never came home. Safe travels, father. I bid him farewell as a well-behaved daughter should. I knew I was on the verge of tears, but I didn't let them show. I loved him. He was a great father and an even greater mage. Mages are stubborn people. As far as I knew, there wasn't a more upstanding man in the whole world. As my instructor, he trained me. As my father, he loved me. So I decided I'd accept the things he left for me and choose my own path. Rin, before long, the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Tosakas to obtain it, but above all, it's a path we are destined to walk as mages. In the end, his final words for me were given as a mage, not a father. That's the moment I made up my mind. It's only natural for an apprentice to live up to her master's hopes. That's how I, Rin Tosaka, grew up after experiencing life's twists and turns. It's been 10 years since my father went off to war. I wouldn't say I've been looking forward to this day, but I'm a bit on edge. That goes without saying, after all. That moment which was burned into my memory 10 years ago will soon be upon me again. Space Tokyo? Yes. I hear something. Ring, 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 banana phone. The noise doesn't stop. It's such an infernal racket. It's almost as if it's here to avenge my father. I wish it'd just let me sleep a bit more. In fact, it should. I stayed up into the early hours deciphering my father's will, and I used a hell of a lot of magical energy to do it. I'm totally exhausted, body and mind. Ring, 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 banana phone. The alarm clock is deaf to my complaints. What kind of machine makes a noise that seems like its sole purpose is to remind you that you're late?
遅刻はまずい。
True, but there's a time and a place for everything. No matter how much of an overachiever I am, I should try to make it to school on time at least for today, if only slightly.
そうそう。あらかじめ30分ずらして目覚ましをセットしたんだから、あと30分は眠れるはず。
Hmm? Doesn't that sound off?
30分ずらして？
I peer at the alarm clock through sleep-heavy eyelids. The hands point to 7 o'clock on the dot. I usually get up at 6:30, which means I've completely used up my safety margin. Speaking of which, why is my brain so slow in the morning? I glare at the alarm clock for several seconds. I shut off the alarm and climb sluggishly out of bed. Chat, how's the background sound? Is it like overpowering the voices? The morning chill bites me as I cross the hallway and enter the parlor. This is the final 7 a.m. in January. Winters in Fuyuki are relatively warm, but the mornings here are as cold as anywhere. Even at home, my breath's mist white. It's that much colder without anyone else living here. I turn on the heater and go wash up. Single living is so inconvenient at times like these. Tell me about it, woman. If there was someone else here to wake up before me, then the parlor would already be heated. I wash my face at the sink. I run a brush through my long hair and get dressed. A chilly morning in a frigid bathroom. The only thing to be said for it is that the cold water mercilessly beats sleepiness from me. With a final tug on the ribbon at my collar, I finish getting dressed. All that's left is to have breakfast and go to school. The clock reads just past 7, so my morning rush feels a bit anticlimactic. Of course, I'd never do anything so uncouth as sprinting to school. The Tosaka family motto dictates that we conduct ourselves with confidence and elegance at all times. My ancestors must have been some high and mighty aristocrats if that's what we've taught through the generations. The anachronistic mansion I live in is proof enough of that. Plus, the Tosakas are a line of spell weavers who practice what is known as magecraft. We're not just an old family. We have an admirably storied history. Oh, you haven't read the Khadroth lore yet? Chat, if you guys want a visual novel of your own, go read that. It's on the Discord under the Khadroth lore section. Let me know if you can't see it, by the way. Apparently there was an issue with the channel originally where people couldn't see it. In fact, I literally can't talk about it. The truth is, I'm a mage. Who could I even brag about that to? As the name suggests, magecraft is what most normal people would see as magic. It sounds like some supernatural woo-woo, and if you like to think of it as just wiggling your fingers and saying abracadabra, that's fine too. Just think of us as people who chant weird words and make equally weird stuff happen. That said, we don't fly around on broomsticks. We don't shoot stars out of wands either. Prilia begs to differ. We can do things kind of like that, but there's no point, so we don't. We're pretty much heretics who lurk in the shadows of society. We're not all allowed to draw attention to ourselves, and anyone who has the time for that kind of thing would rather spend it on their research. Ordinary humans might call us magicians, but that would be wrong. In fact, there are only 5 magicians in the whole world. Magicians are what we call people who can do something no one else can. They can accomplish feats beyond the means of modern science and perform genuine miracles. Similarly, magic is the label we use for mystics. Magical mysteries that can't be realized with any amount of time or skill. While magecraft, though it looks mysterious, is something anyone can do with enough time and resources. I'm a mage, and the kind of mystics I use are merely magecraft, not true magic. Confusing, I know, but that's how it works. Also, modern civilization doesn't accept the existence of mages. We believe in, manipulate, and study things that can't be measured, which puts us at odds with modern society. Above all, there's no point to any of what we do. You'd be so much happier just going off to a normal school and becoming a normal adult than you would studying magecraft. Human technology has accomplished great things. For the last few centuries, magecraft has been playing catch-up to the progress of civilization. Nothing is impossible for humanity anymore. Miracles that could only be realized with magecraft in the distant past have been reduced to common tools and appliances. Even so, magecraft does have its benefits. Just as there are some things only science can accomplish, there remain heights only mystics can reach. If science is racing into the future, then mages are racing into the past. I think the great Tosaka Grandmaster said that. Whether you're heading into the past or the future, your destination is the same. 0. Or something like that. We can shelve the difficult topics for now. Philosophy is for the elderly. Nero, thank you for the follow. Or sorry, not the follow. Thank you for the resub. Ooh, thank you for the 1 year at that. I finish my breakfast and pick up my bag. I'm reluctant to take something so valuable to school, but it would be a waste to leave it behind, because then the protagonist would die. One could even say it's on an entirely different level. I obtained the gem after decoding my father's will last night. It's imbued with 10 years worth of my own magical energy. I've been told that the Tosaka family has heirloom jewels passed down since the olden days, and this might be one of them. Tosaka mages specialize at the conversion and flow of power. We channel our magical energy into precious gems whenever we have a spare moment. Simply put, I'm the gun, and the jewels are the bullets. The other main thing I've inherited from my father is the magic crest engraved into my left arm. A magic crest is proof that I'm the heir to our lineage. It's like all the techniques of the Tosaka condensed into a tattoo. The girl just called a magic crest a tramp stamp. For now, I stow my pendant, my father's keepsake, in a pocket. It's 7:30. I'd better leave soon if I don't want to be late for school. I weave energy into a brief foreign phrase. As a mage, I can't neglect the security of my home base. That still applies, even if I've never had so much as a single burglar, lost child, or stray cat wander into my home. Actually, I don't think the neighbors have ever even come over to say hello. I look up at the mansion. That's been my home for over a decade. Fuyuki is a strange city. One side of the intersection dividing the residential areas is filled with old samurai estates, while the side I'm on has an abundance of mansions built in European style. Apparently, a whole bunch of foreign families immigrated here long ago, but I've never seen a single foreigner around. There's even a cemetery for foreigners in Shinto, the new part of the city, across the river. But it was built for the generation that immigrated here.
日本の土が合わなかったのかな。
I make a mental note to ask the priest about it next time I visit the church. He's nothing if not full of boring trivia for sure. Yes, boring trivia.
あれ？
Something feels off as soon as I step outside.
なんだろう。思ったより静かなんですけど。
There's no trace of the typical morning bustle. At 7:30 in the morning, there would normally be students and workers on their daily commute.
こういう日もあるか。
Maybe everyone slept in. It's unusually cold today, so everyone must be snuggled up in bed.
けどさすがに。
Even if that were true, it's strange that there isn't a single student on the street. At this time of day, you'd expect to see at least a school uniform or two. And yet, from where I'm standing at the school gate, it looks like morning club activities are just starting up. Which can only mean...
あれ、遠坂？今朝は一段と早いのね。
やっぱりそうきたか。
Oof, Barry. Well, at least you got her, right? With a light sigh, I turned to face the student who called out to me.
おはよう。今日も寒いね、こりゃ。
The girl who addresses me so casually is Ayako Mitsuzuri. She's my classmate in 2A, and she has quite a history.
おはよう、三辻さん。つかぬことを聞くけど、今何時だかわかる？
ん？何時って7時前じゃない。遠坂寝ぼけてる？
She waves her hand in front of my face, as if to ask if anyone's home. Ayako is one of my few friends, and she knows I'm not a morning person. She's probably figured out by now that I'm still not completely with it.
うちの時計1時間早かったみたい。しかも軒並み。目覚まし時計はおろか、柱時計まできっかり早まってた。
I thought it was just my alarm clock, but the grandfather clock was off too. What's going on here? Father must have set the clocks to go haywire once I took the pendant out of the underground cellar.
遠坂？
気にしないで。別に大したことじゃないから。それより、三辻さんは今日も朝練？
ええ。弓道部は問題児も多いし、うまいのは一人減ったからね。4月の新入生獲得のために、少しぐらいは見栄えを良くしとかないと。
そう。気苦労が絶えないのね、相変わらず。
他人事だからって言ってくれるわ。あ、ついでだから見ていく？遠坂が見学する分には男どもも喜ぶけど。
弓道部。
I'm acquainted with 3 of its members. One is Ayako, the girl I'm talking to now. I barely ever speak to the other 2. Of those latter 2, there's one I actually can't explain away as simply an acquaintance. I became friends with Ayako, the club captain, because I'd been watching the club from afar.
そうね。様子を見るだけなら付き合うわ。早く来すぎたからやることもないし。
よし、じゃあ善は急げ。早速行こう。
She sounds like she's voiced by Mordred to me. I have no idea if that's actually true or not, though. One of our school's trademarks is its well-equipped archery range. The chair of the school board has a passion for Kyudo, traditional Japanese archery. They built a magnificent range on campus. It's kind of a waste for a high school club, to be honest.
ほら、 ほら、まだ開始まで時間があるし、中でお茶しようぜ、遠坂。
Ayako tugs on my arm, looking somewhat pleased. If I'm being honest, her brusque way of speaking is a bad habit. As Ayako said, there's no one else at the range. We sip Japanese tea that's so hot it numbs my tongue as we prepare ahead for today's classes. The hot drink is delicious in the quiet wintry archery range.
さて、単刀直入に聞くけど、そっちの調子はどうなのよ、遠坂。いい加減頼りになる相棒は見つかった？
And she used the occasion to ask me something completely ridiculous.
ほんと、いきなり本題に入るのね、あなたは。その言いぶりだと、そっちはもう見つけたんだ。
ノーコメント。遠坂が手を沸かすまではこっちも秘密さ。で、どうなのよ。その疲れた顔を見ると脈ありって感じだけど。
こっちもノーコメント。あなたに隠してもどうせ見抜かれるか。残念ながらこっちはまだよ。綾子の方はお互いのんびりしてる余裕はないはずだけど。
そうなんだけど、私も雲行きは怪しいわ。とりあえず取り繕うことはできるけど、ことがことでしょ。この先の命運がかかってるんだから。
She's got a good head on her shoulders.
勝手に決めて私に負けるのもいいよ。
もちろん、私にとって重要なのはあんたを任すことだもの。何が手に入るとか何を手に入れるとかは二の次よ。
She chuckles confidently.
似た者同士ね、私たち。
ええ、初めて会った時に言ったでしょ。あんたとはそういう関係にあるんだって。
She did, didn't she? Kill or be killed. I'm sure that's how it'll be between the two of us. I was genuinely surprised to have someone say that right off the bat. Translation: our friendship won't bloom unless we're constantly trading blows, is what Ayako was getting at. I agree with her. In the 2 years since, I still haven't figured out whether she's my friend or my nemesis.
ところでさ、私たちなんでこんな話してるんだっけ？
なんでって言い出したのは遠坂でしょ。あんたがいつまでも彼氏がいないのは女としてどうよなんてこぼすもんだから。なら3年になる前にどっちが先に男作るかって勝負になったんじゃない。
ああ、そうだった。売り言葉に買い言葉ってやつだった。で、遅れを取った方が一日言いなりになるんだっけ？
ええ、今時子供でも交わさない約束だけど、あんたと私に限って往生際が悪いってことはないでしょ。どんな結果になろうと負けた方はおとなしく勝者に従うことになる。それを思うと私は今から楽しみで楽しみで。
Ayako snickers in delight. My goodness. Ayako Mitsuzuri is, to put it mildly, a handful. I'll admit, I'm looking forward to winning myself, so that goes for us both.
そう。けど三辻さん、楽しむのは結構だけど、目的をたがえないよう気をつけなさい。勝負の内容は後先だけじゃないでしょ。
分かってるって。遠坂より早く遠坂が心底羨ましがるような関係にならないと完全勝利とは言えないからね。
What's up, Turtle?
まあ、私たちにとってはそれが一番厄介な問題なんだが、どんなにいい男だろうと好きになれなきゃ意味がない。
Ayako's sigh is heavy. From what I've heard, she's known as a bit of a misandrist. Can't put too much stock in gossip, though. That she made this bet at all means less that she just doesn't like boys, and more that she hasn't found the right person. That aside...
ちょっと、私たちって何よ、私たちって。断っておきますけど、 私はそっちと違って冷血感じゃありません。男の子を好きになるなんて問題でもなんでもないわ。
ああ、それ嘘。もしくは気づいていないだけ。遠坂が男を気にかけるなんてことは絶対ないもの。今まで数えきれないぐらい告白されたくせに一つも色良い返事してないじゃない。少しでも興味があるなら付き合おうって思うでしょ。なのに断り続けるってことはあんたは男に興味がないってことよ。
It's true, she doesn't. Only
発
magic.
想が貧困ね。その場合すでに好きな相手がいるから
Indeed, CGI.
断ってるって話もありじゃない？
うわ、すっごい美談。いいね、そういうの。ロマンだな。
Ayako's tone isn't mocking. She nods solemnly. Her sigh tells me that it would be nice if it were true. I don't believe myself. I really can't hide anything from her.
そうね。私もそう思う。
She's right. I know very well how cold I am.
認めるわ。私、こと恋愛に関しては素人みたい。
そういうこと。似た者同士だって言ったのも遠坂でしょ。で、もうじき7時か。秘密の話はこの辺にしとこう。いつ人がやってくるかわからないし、朝になったら学生らしく振る舞わないとな。
Chat, the most unbelievable thing about this, they didn't constantly have their cell phones in their hands and they weren't scrolling through Instagram and TikTok. They actually had a conversation. That's so unbelievable.
まあ、三辻さんにもそういう世間体があったなんて意外だわ。
あんたほど筋金入ってないけどね。私の世間体なんて遠坂凛に比べたら灯籠の斧ってもんよ。あんたの猫っかぶりは擬態っていうより別人格のレベルよ。
It's what,
別人格。
2004? Yeah. It's funny because that is how things were back then. Like, cell phones really have ruined us to a degree. Ayako sniffs exaggeratedly. I empty the rest of the teacup she poured me and brew a new pot.
で、遠坂はどうして部活に入らないのよ。運動神経がないなんてざれ言は聞かないからね。私は去年の体力測定でことごとくあんたに負けたのまだ恨んでるんだから。
あら、肺活量では三辻さんに負けたわよ、私。あと、体重も三辻さんのが上だったけど。
やったー、重さで3キロ上回った。
Wait, is that something you should be proud of?
って体重で勝っても嬉しくないってのよ、このタヌキ。
Ayako slaps the table.
危ない。お茶がこぼれるでしょ、三辻さん。首相なんだから道場は大事になさい。
うるさい。私は首相である前に遠坂のライバルだ。部員がいなけりゃあんたに食ってかかるのは当然よ。
Ayako side-eyes me with a huff. She has a unique idea about beauty. A beautiful woman must walk the martial path. She's always going on about that. Not surprisingly, she's well versed in most martial arts. Judo was the discipline she was least skilled at, so she joined the club and worked her way up to captain. She's probably one of the top 3 people in our school you'd least want to mess with.
あら、部員がいなければ首相じゃないなんて問題発言じゃない？それ。
問題発言なもんですか。私はお飾りの首相だから、できることって言ったら不良部員を取り締まることだけよ。私以上にしゃがりっぱなやつがいるんだから、首相としての面目なんてないわ。
そうなの？藤村先生、三辻さんは飛び抜けてうまいって言ってたけど。
あの人がそう言うんなら、そりゃ少しは自信が持てるけど、まあいなくなっちまったやつのことなんて考えても仕方ないか。そうね、 藤村先生がそう言ってくれたんなら真面目に首相やんないとまずいか。
そうそう、噂をすれば影。そろそろ部員がやってくる頃でしょ。私はおいとまするけど、三辻さんはきちんと首相になりなさい。
何、見ていかないの？
見てもわからないもの。遠くから眺める分にはいいけどね。不心得者が道場にいるわけにはいかないでしょ。
Just as I get up to leave, the first club members begin entering the archery range.
おはようございます、首相。
ああ、おはようマト。今朝は一人？
はい、力になれず申し訳ありません。
ああ、いいっていいって。本人が弓をやらないって言うんなら無理をさせても仕方がない。
Ayako speaks to the first club member to arrive.
それじゃあ失礼するわ。また後でね、三辻さん。
ああ、また後でね、遠坂。
お疲れ様です、遠坂先輩。ありがとう。さくらもしっかりね。
I leave the dojo behind so as to not get in the way.
いやあ、遠坂。
God
おは
damn
よ
it.
う。朝から君に会えるなんてついてるな。
Oh no, and here comes the person I least wanted to see.
おはよう、マトくん。今日は早いのね。
当たり前だろ。首相なんだから早めに来ないと一年に示しがつかないじゃないか。
Shinji Mato from Class 2C grins at me. He's the vice captain of the Kyudo Club and darling of half the girls at school. It's mostly thanks to his looks, of course, but he's also admired for his good grades, social graces, being kind to girls, and being an overall heartthrob, or something like that. Wow, so that was one of the lines of all time, because we all know none of that's true. I really don't follow that kind of stuff. It's just what I hear from my classmates say.
そう。ご機嫌なところ悪いんだけど、一文字抜けてるわ、マトくん。大事な字だから。
Oh, whoops.
一文字抜けてるって何がさ。
幸福の福。字は違うけど響きは一緒でしょ、副首相さん。気をつけなさい。別に首相も副首相も変わらないけど、変に意識するとこだわってるみたいに聞こえるでしょ。
そうだね。今後は気をつける。ありがとう、遠坂。
お礼を言われるようなことはしてないけど、まあマト君がそう思ったのなら私には関係ないか。
With that, I turn to leave the range.
ちょっと待てよ。見学に来たんだろ。なら見ていけばいいじゃないか。遠坂なら大歓迎だよ。
遠慮するわ。練習の邪魔をしたくないもの。
そんなの構わないよ。他の連中が気に障るんなら締め出すからさ。ちょっと寄っていけって。
Yeah, you can overcharge your test.
だから邪魔をする気はないって言ってるでしょ。それに私別に弓道に興味があるわけじゃないから。知らないやつの試合を見ても嬉しくないわ。
なんだよ遠坂。弓道に興味はなかったのか。へえ。だっていうのに放課後になると遠くから見てたのはそういうわけかな。
I don't know what he's playing at, but he seems to have seriously misunderstood things.
なんだ、知ってたの、マト君。
ああ、よく目があったんだぜ。僕と遠坂。茶を終えてさ、斬新の時に限って遠坂は僕を見ていたろ。
He's so full of himself.
声を返したかったけど、一応決まりでね。車上では声を上げちゃいけないんだ。
Shinji starts closing in on me, looking pleased with himself. I see the triumphant glint in his eye, competing with that affable
勘
smile.
違いしてたよ。遠坂は弓が好きなんだと思ってたけど、弓道には興味がないんだろ。ならなんで遠坂は道場を見ていたのかな。
Ah, now I see. It would sound like that, wouldn't it? No, it doesn't, Rin. This is just Shinji.
離れてくれないかしら、マト君。私、あまり人に近寄られるのは好きじゃないし。
なに、遠坂。
あきれた。ここまで言ってもわからないのね。趣味じゃないけど仕方ないか。簡単にあなたにも理解できるように言ってあげる。いい、マト君。私は弓道に興味がない以上にあなたに興味はないって言ってるのよ。実際あなたが車上にいたなんて今初めて知ったぐらいだし、きっとこれからも目に入らないわ。
Hold on, chat. Let me get out my Giga Chad face for Rin for right here. I like you even less than Kudo.
なんだと。
I must have touched a nerve because he tries to grab me roughly. I twist out of his reach and turn to leave.
それじゃあね、マト君。自意識過剰なのも結構だけど、ほどほどにしておいた方がいいわよ。
遠坂、お前。
Shinji sounds like he's about to say something, but he keeps his temper and doesn't chase after me. The guy is all style, no substance. If he even had a little backbone, the people around him wouldn't suffer nearly so much. I take the rear entrance into campus from the archery range. It's past 7 now, but there still aren't students in the hallways.
あれ、遠坂さんだ。おは
Good
ようござい
morning.
ます、
Oh,
藤村
okay.
先生。
Could you fix Buntoria by using the suicidal Habitrot, I assume, with charge on Death Sea? Yeah, that is an option potentially for some of them.
おはよう、遠坂さん。ちゃんと挨拶してくれて、先生は嬉しいよ。
Obviously, party costs an issue. The strange woman pretends to sob in delight. It may be hard to believe, but this extraordinarily affectionate and happy-go-lucky woman is actually a teacher here.
先生、ちゃんと挨拶をする以外にする挨拶があるのでしょうか。
あるわよ。1年生はちゃんと挨拶してくれるんだけどね、上級生になってくると私の名字で挨拶しないんだから。
Oh, whoops.
よくわかりませんけど、先生に失礼なことはしませんが。
よしよし。ああ、みんながみんな遠坂さんみたいだったらいいのにな。
With a parting wave and a see ya, Miss Fujimura leaves. Fortunately, she isn't my homeroom teacher. Miss Fujimura teaches English. Her sunny attitude belies her expert rank in Japanese fencing, kendo. In her student days, they called her the Fuyuki Tiger. That's the mystery, though. You'd think someone known as a tiger would be feared, not adored, right? Miss Fujimura cheerily heads off in the direction of the archery range. For some reason, she's the faculty advisor to the Kyudo Club instead of the Kendo Club. It's just before 7:30. I can see students doing their club activities on school grounds, but there's hardly anyone indoors. Except...
遠坂。
He always blurts out my name like I did something wrong every time he sees me.
あら、生徒会長。こんな朝早くから校舎の見回り？ それとも各部室の手入れかしら。どっちでもいいけど相変わらず豆ね、そういうとこ。
そういうお前こそ何を企んでいる。部活動もしていないお前がこんな早くに何の用か。
That's right. Get sus of her.
ただの気まぐれよ。竜斗くんちみたいに早起きじゃないもの、私。
The student council president's handsome face darkens with suspicion. He seems to have it out for me. I really don't know why. Maybe me saying temples are so dull, pass, is what started it.
一つ聞いておくが、最近夜遅くまで校舎にいたことはあるか、遠坂。
ないわね。私が帰宅部だって知ってるでしょ、竜斗くんは。
当然だ。生徒会長を任された以上、全校生徒の情報は把握している。
There's definitely a couple changes with the actual language. You can tell they changed just with their translation as opposed to the one that I've read.
そう。なら私に聞くまでもないでしょ。
But so far it seems like it's giving all the same
知らないけ
vibes.
ど、生徒会の仕事を部外者に押し付けちゃまずいんじゃない？情報収集は一人でやりなさいよ。私みたいな部外者に頼らないで。
たわけ、お前のどこが部外者だ。うちの会計の首根っこ掴んで悪さをしたのを知らぬと思ったが、このめぎつれ。
あら、人聞きが悪いわね。あれは三辻さんに頼まれて部費の割合を明らかにしただけでしょ。みんなの予算がどこに使われているか調べるなんて生徒として当然の行為だと思うけど。
Yeah, there was a lot more magi getting used early on.
1週間休ませた精神的ダメージが当然の行為なのか。とんでもない倫理観をお持ちのようだな、相変わらず。
あなたもね、部下の手綱ぐらいちゃんと握ってなさい。文化系ばかりひいきするのはフェアじゃないわ。
分かっている。だからこそ俺の手で不正を正したかったのだが。
It's fixed, Issei. Just then, an unexpected visitor makes his presence known.
と、悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。
Wait, is he actually muted? What the? Okay, so that is a thing. Wait, okay, so he is mute there. Yeah, now it's not.
Issei, 修理終わったぞ。
と、悪い。
Oh, whoops.
そんなこと気にするな。で、次はどこだよ。あんまり時間ないぞ。
ああ、次は視聴覚室だ。前から調子が悪かったそうなんだが、この度ついに天寿を全うされた。
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ。買い直した方が早いぞ。
そうなんだが、一応見てくれると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
そうか。なら試そう。
Beckoned by the other student, the president leaves. I'd stopped thinking during the sudden turn of events. The other boy, wrench and screwdriver in hand, turns as if he's remembered something.
朝早いんだな、遠坂。
He awkwardly mutters and leaves. Is that supposed to be a greeting? The president and student called Emiya walk off into the distance. That would be Shiro Emiya from class 2C.
それはいいんだけどさ。
Yeah, it's the the visual novel has been fixed. There were some issues when it first launched earlier today. It had to do with the fact that it was still basically using the Japanese coding for things, which basically caused the VN to, because Japanese coding and like normal English coding are different, it caused it to, instead in English language, call totally different things. So you would get like completely random scenes. That's why I was calling it a randomizer earlier, basically. The wrench looked right at home in his hands, but I'm not sure if it's because it makes him look tough or handy. At 7:30 a.m., there's nobody else in classroom 2A. I take a seat at my desk and flip through my math workbook. There's still 30 minutes until morning homeroom. I've got time to kill until my classmates start arriving. Imagine being this early. The classroom is lively as lunch break begins after fourth period. My school has a cafeteria, so only about half the students stay in the room. It's mostly girls that stay behind. The girls think the cafeteria is a bit too liberal with the seasoning, so... We girls tend to enjoy our lunches as a group.
ありがとう、三枝さん。けどごめんなさい。私今日は学食なんです。今朝は寝過ごしてしまってお弁当を作る余裕がなかったものですから。いや、そうなんですか。ごめんなさい。そうとも知らず呼び止めてしまって。私余計なことしましたね。
Supposedly there was already a fix for the Switch version, so it sounds to me like they just had something like cross-wired, basically. Sayagusa looks guiltily at her feet. Among the refined and well-behaved students of Class A, she's the most demure. For some reason, she's really nice to me.
余計なことだなんてそんなことはありません。今日はたまたまだから気にしないで。また明日これに懲りず声をかけてください。
I let her down as gently as I can, and offer a genuine smile.
はい。でも、遠坂さんでも寝過ごすことがあるんですね。
Perhaps my smile made her feel better. Sayagusa turns back to the table, looking relieved. She's adorable. Yukika Sayagusa isn't drop-dead gorgeous, but her smile always puts everyone around her at ease.
ええ、そうなんです。なんとかごまかしてますけど、本当は寝ぼすけなんですよ、私。部活だって朝起きられないから入ってないんです。
Sayagusa somehow maintains an elegant air even when startled. Watching her reactions is always so calming, but that doesn't mean I have time to just stand here and talk. If I keep up a conversation with someone so disarming, the real me is bound to show herself.
それじゃあ食堂に行ってきます。三枝さんもごゆっくり。はい、遠坂さんも。
Sayagusa and I exchange some graceful greetings, and she returns to her friends. I see that she's eating with Kaede Makidera and Kane Himuro. Oh right, wasn't Sayagusa the track and field club manager? Makidera and Himuro are the track and field club's rising stars. Makidera is a bad influence, with whom I go window shopping on days off, but I don't know Himuro too well.
売られたね、ゆきっち。だから言ったでしょ。遠坂は弁当持ってこないって。釣りたかったらあいつの分も飯用意しないとね。
マキ、それは私たちも食堂に移動すればいいだけの話では？
ダメダメ、食堂は狭いんだから。弁当組が座れるスペースなんてねっての。それに遠坂と同席してみなさい。男どもの視線がうざいのなんの。前の休みだってさ、2人で遊びに行ったのにあいつだけ得しちゃってさ、やだよね。 美人を鼻にかけた優等生は
Makidera takes hold of Sayagusa's desk as she continues to rant about me. Despite her foul mouth, she actually wears a kimono really well, like a picturesque Japanese beauty.
脇の字君の陰口は遠坂城に聞こえているようだが
Meanwhile, Himuro's cool and solid demeanor are a complete foil to that of Makidera.
やべ遠坂に聞かれたゲゲめっちゃ睨んでるじゃんあいつ別に遠坂さんマキちゃんを睨んでなんかないと思うけど睨んでんだよあれあいつは笑ってる時が一番怖いんだからなんだよいいじゃんか口ぐらい多めに見ろよ私と遠坂の仲だろたい焼きおごってやっただろ
Kaede Makidera puffs her cheeks out in a pout, waving her disposable chopsticks in the air. Would you believe that her hobby is collecting wind chimes? The world works in strange ways. At any rate, it's rude to Sayagusa to stare at the three of them. Caught between me and the foul-mouthed Makidera, Sayagusa looks like she doesn't know what to do with
気に
herself.
しないでいいのよ三枝さんそれと牧寺さんおごらされたのは私で品物はたい焼きではなくクレープでした無意識に事実を改ざんする悪癖次あたりに直さないと考えますよマジ怖えあの笑顔
Makidera holds up her lunchbox lid like some kind of shield. I bid the odd trio farewell, leave the classroom, and slide the door closed. Oops.
なんだよ大差ないじゃんかたい焼きもクレープもどっちも甘いの皮で包んでるんだからさ
Makidera utters something blasphemous for a girl.
たい焼きとクレープが同じですって
Is she even human? Are all desserts the same to her? If I'd known that her taste buds can't distinguish Fleur's 500 yen very, very berry from an 80 yen taiyaki at Edomeya, damn you, Kaede Makidera, I would have saved 420 yen.
何本気で悔しがってるんだ私
I must still be tired from last night. The cafeteria sounds like a pain. I'll just buy some bread from the counter and eat on the roof. Oh, she's like a pigeon. I purchase my lunchbox and head to the unoccupied roof. Though it's different in the summertime, during the winter the roof is a convenient place to eat that the other students tend to avoid. Not to eat the other students, I'm sorry, Che. It's too cold to hang out here during lunch, but that's a small price to pay for her privacy.
さてとりあえずご飯と
I indulge in the tomato sandwich and hot lemon drink I bought from the cafeteria. It's a simple lunch made all the more delicious by the fact that I can enjoy it up here in peace. I finish the sandwich and sip on the warm lemony drink. I'm a little tired. It's hard to balance being an overachiever with avoiding human contact as much as possible. Ah, tell me about it. Jesus, it's so difficult. As the saying goes, one should be accomplished at both the pen and the sword. It's a point of pride, no, conviction, that I be the top student of the school. I decided that if I was going to be a student, then I would be the very best. I don't want people looking down on the Tosaka name. That's how Rin Tosaka came to be a perfect, flawless student. On the other hand, my occupation as a mage is dangerous, so I shouldn't associate too much with normal people. When a mage is discovered by the public, she has no choice but to eliminate witnesses to protect herself. I'd rather not resort to that. That's why I keep my social interactions purely superficial, out of necessity. I only hang out with Makidera on my days off, and I turned down invitations from more sociable people like Sayagusa. It's difficult walking the tightrope of being the number one student at school while making sure I don't become anybody else's number one. And sure, there are times when it tires me out and I feel like life is a real drag.
もう時間か。
I finish the hot lemon drink and stand up. That's enough sentimentality for today. Time to go back downstairs and become Rin Tosaka again. Who was she there?
ではホームルームを終了する。日直は日誌と戸締まりの確認を。部活動のない生徒は速やかに帰宅するように。
Class 2A's teacher gives his usual spiel and leaves the room. As far as I know, he's said it exactly the same way all year.
遠坂、今日はもうお帰り？
ええ、朝方麻藤君と一見あったし、面倒になる前に帰るわ。
やっぱりそうか。麻藤のやつ、今朝は特に荒れてたからさ。
そう、迷惑をかけてしまったかしら、三辻さん。
別に、麻藤が下級生をいびるのはいつものことだし、あれはあれでいい精神鍛錬になるよ。
そう、よかった。じゃあ、この埋め合わせはまた今度。
はいはい、これに懲りず、また寄っていってちょうだい。
I make my way home without taking any detours. My time as Rin Tosaka, the honor student, ends once I leave the school. The next half of the day is reserved for the other me. I have to become a mage of the Tosaka. When I arrive back at the house, I'm greeted with the pulsing light of my answering machine.
留守電なんて珍しいな。相手はやっぱりあんたか、キレ。
I have a feeling I know what he's going to say, but I'd better listen or I won't hear the end of it later. I press the play button and hear a familiar male voice.
私だ。分かっていると思うが、期限は明日までだぞ、リン。あまり悠長に構えられては困る。残る席はあと2つだ。早々にマスターを揃えねばならん。
The priest cuts straight to the point.
マスターの権利を放棄するというのなら、今日中に連絡しろ。予備の魔術師を派遣するにも時間がかかる。
Liar. I bet you could find a backup right away.
お前にはすでに0時の兆しが現れているのだ。さっさとサーバントを召喚し、0時を開け。もっとも、聖杯戦争に参加しないというのならば話は別だ。命が惜しいのなら、早々に教会に駆け込むがいい。
The voicemail ends. It was a clear message in simple language. If you're going to fight, then be ready by today. If you aren't, then retire because you're in the way.
言われなくても分かってるわよ。
It's only to be expected, I guess. Today's the last day I can drag this out. Thankfully, I managed to decipher Father's notes yesterday. My battle preparations are in order. All that's left is to seize the right to participate, as he said.
聖杯戦争。たった一つきりの聖杯を奪い合う殺し合い。何百年も前から伝わってきた聖杯の儀式。
The mages who take part in the Holy Grail War are called masters. It doesn't denote a rank of any kind, it merely describes their role. There's a condition to participate in the Holy Grail War. You must summon a familiar called a servant and form a contract with them. Regardless of your skills as a mage, you're not recognized as a master unless you command a servant. There's a clear difference between servant and normal familiars. The way you summon and use them are different. Mages who plan to fight in the Holy Grail War prepare summoning catalysts, but
ほんと父さんもセイバーにゆかりのものを残してくれればよかったのに。
I don't own any relics with a connection to a servant. I can summon one, yes. In fact, I could do it right now if I wanted to, as well as form a contract. The town's ley lines are under the jurisdiction of the Tosaka. I'm the heir to a clan that's administered the land for generations, so my performance will not take a back seat to some visiting mage. Although while that is true, it'd be awfully incompetent of me to embark on a figurative voyage without a compass.
サーバントはシンボルによって引き寄せられる。強力なサーバントを呼び出したいのなら、そのサーバントにゆかりのあるものが必要不可欠なのだ。
Hello, Fox. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. How's it going? In other words, I need some outrageously valuable item, like a sword or a piece of armor that's servant owned, or maybe a bone or heraldry related to them.
父さんの遺言に期待してたんだけど。
How was FGO? Is it the hit visual novel Stay Night? Yes, it's the critically acclaimed visual novel Stay Night that was a randomizer earlier today. But apparently they have fixed it, so it's doing good. And how was your stream? How are you guys doing? The pendant I discovered in the basement last night is an ancient artifact of the highest quality. It's amazing all on its own. Still, it won't help me summon a servant.
いいわよ。そんなものに頼らなくたってなんとかなるわ。そもそも私以外にセーバーを扱えるマスターなんているはずないし。
Until today, yeah. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'd rather not get another earful, and waiting until the last minute doesn't sit right with me. Now the real challenge begins. Tonight, I'm going to summon a servant while I'm in peak condition, and acquire Saber by force. Baber. You need Saint Court's not a red class, Jim? Yes. Late night. The clock reads almost 2 a.m. This is the period where everything lines up. My condition peaks at 2 a.m. sharp. In terms of limits, this will be my first and last chance, so I can't afford even the slightest mistake. Withdrawal... Oh. Because I love LB6? Sure. I hope you guys enjoy that. Chat, prepare for sudden German. I inscribe magic circles into the floor of the basement. Actually, it doesn't take a major evocation to call forth a servant. Servants are invited by the Holy Grail. Masters anchor them to the world and supply the magical energy to materialize them. But the servants are the ones who choose to respond to the summons.
Sony, 銀と鉄。礎に石と契約の対抗。ソニーは我が大使、シュバイン用具。降り立つ風には壁を。四方の門は閉じ、王冠よりいで。王国に至るサンサロは循環せよ。
Still, I need to keep cautious and focus. Magic circles are normally drawn with blood, but tonight I will draw mine with melted jewels. I'm using up half the jewels I've accumulated over my lifetime, so I'll never financially recover from this if it fails. Damn. Archer did her dirty.
繰り返し都度に5度。ただ、満たされる時を破却する。
It's almost 2 a.m. I finish drawing the summoning circle passed down through the Tosaka line and face it with all my being. She wanted the raid up? Well, listen, if you wanted the raid up at 2 a.m., everyone knows the proper way to get a perfect summon at 2 a.m. is on the toilet. Like, this is just a well-known fact. I flick a formless switch within myself. With a click, I feel my insides turn over to something else. My normal nerves invert and become circuits for conducting magical energy. Rin Tosaka is no longer human. She's just a component in the execution of mystics. I melt from my fingers. No, I'm filled up from my fingers. The mana I'm taking in is so dense it overwrites my bodily sensations. That's why I'm being destroyed at the same time I'm being filled. Also, epilepsy warning, chat? Jesus. Running through my body is the power mana from the atmosphere. I convert it into different type of energy through my body's circuits. A mage's body is nothing but circuits. Circuits to connect the ethereal to the material. The mystical outcome we produce is what we call magecraft. My body grows hot. It seems like the horns are growing from my forehead. Seems like wings are sprouting from my back. Seems like scales are covering my hands. It feels like there's water pooling around my ankles. Sweat drips. Stab, swords pierce my body. These are the stigmata that reject my body, which becomes a circuit. No matter how gifted a mage is, we're only human. In a human body, the pain is something we must live with whenever we use magecraft. The cycle doesn't let up. Beyond the agony, deep within the trance, lies the mental state necessary for connection. Pain wriggles in my left arm. To aid the caster, my magic crest autonomously begins an incantation, invading my nervous system. The mana in the atmosphere I've taken in turns to blood. It's like molten lead, while my activated magic crest resembles thorny nerves. With a crunching sensation, it creeps through my body like a thorny centipede. Within the hurt, I forget myself. At the same time, I can feel it taking hold of me, like I've reached where I need to go. My hypersensitive hearing picks up the ticking clock in the parlor. 10 seconds left until 2 a.m. The power filling my body is unquestionably complete. Time to begin. I convert the mana I've collected into magical energy for fixation. All that's left is to feed all that energy into the engine, the summoning circle, until my body runs dry.
汝の身は我が元に、我が命運は汝の剣に。聖杯のよるべに従い、この断りに従うならば答えよ。
My vision goes dark. What lies before me now is the fifth factor, said to be imperceptible to the naked eye. My vision shuts off on its own, fearing what it might see. That went off without a hitch. It feels so perfect, It's like I'm reeling in a whale with a fishing rod. Flawless. I'm positive I just drew the strongest card. I can't wait for my vision to return. It'll take a few more seconds, but when it does, I'm sure the strongest servant will be nowhere in sight.
Hi?
Nothing's there. The room doesn't look different at all. I spun that much ether into this ritual, only for absolutely nothing to materialize. On top of that, I think I just heard something explode in the parlor. I bolt. My head's empty at this point. I just run. I race up the stairs from the basement. The door to the parlor is askew off its hinges. There isn't any point in turning the doorknob, and since it won't open whether I push or pull, I kick it down and burst into the room. And the moment I enter the parlor, everything becomes clear. What's up, bitches? Everything in tatters. Rubble is strewn across everything, as if something has fallen through the ceiling. On top of it all sits a man cocking his head arrogantly. He must be some kind of criminal. But something graver draws my attention. The grandfather clock, having escaped destruction, tells the time precisely. Now I remember. Right, of course. The clocks were an hour ahead today, weren't they? Which means it's 1 a.m. Still a full hour left until I'm in peak spellcasting form. Girl got defeated by daylight savings time, chat. I can complete the tasks as well as anybody else, but suffer from the curse of my genetics. Yes, it's your genetics, that's the issue. When it really counts, I somehow manage to bungle things on an unbelievable level. I can't believe my own stupidity. Still irritated, I direct my glare at the man lounging haughtily on the rubble. The man in the red mantle shakes his head in a show of exasperation. To add insult to injury, he mutters something about drawing the short straw. Oh, now I'm dead certain. This guy has a messed up personality. And this is a servant? I thought familiars were shapeless beings. But this is just a man. No, not just a man. Even from here, I can tell that it's brimming with a shocking amount of magical energy. Don't be fooled by its appearance. I'm staring at something that's undoubtedly more than human. It's a human-shaped ghost. That's on the level of an elemental. This is no time to be dumbstruck. That thing belongs to me. I need to get my head in the game. The unidentified servant frowns and a grunt escapes his lips. Maybe he didn't like the way I said it. though he has a mixed reaction as if still impressed by the logic in my words.
まあいいわ。私が聞いているのはね、あなたが他の誰でもないこの私のサーバントかってことだけよ。それをはっきりさせない以上、他の質問に答える義務はないわ。
召喚に失敗しておいてそれか。この場合他に色々と言うべきことがあると思うのだな。
そんなのないわよ。主従関係は一番初めにはっきりさせておくべきものだもの。
The servant's eyebrow twitches. He isn't even bothering to hide his dissatisfaction with me. I wonder if it's because of the half-baked summoning.
主従関係ははっきりさせておくか。やることは失点だらけだが、口だけは達者らしい。なあ、確かにその意見には賛成だ。どちらが強者で、どちらが弱者なのか、明確にしておかなければ、お互いやりづらかろう。
The servant eyes me meaningfully, though relaxing on the rubble of my living room.
どちらが弱者かですって？
ああ、私もサーバントだ。呼ばれたからには主従関係を認めるさ。だが、それはあくまで契約上の話だろう。どちらがより優れたものか、共に戦うにふさわしい相手かを測るのは別になる。さて、その件でいくと、君は私のマスターにふさわしい魔術師なのかな、お嬢さん。
First he destroys my house and acts like he's king of the castle, and now he has the nerve to ask whether I'm worthy.
あなたの意見なんて聞いてないわ。私が聞いているのは、あなたが私のサーバントかどうかってことだけよ。
I repeat myself, stealing my gaze. I'm not gonna back down from this condescending jerk.
なるほどなるほど。そんな当たり前のことは答えるまでもないと。実に勇ましい。いや、気概だけなら立派なマスターだが。
だから順番を間違えるなっていうの。一番初めに確認するのは召喚者の務めよ。さあ答えなさい。あなたは私のサーバントなのね。
I step forward aggressively, ready to pounce depending on his answer.
強情なお嬢さんだ。これでは話が進まんな。仕方あるまい。仮に私が君のサーバントだとしよう。で、その場合、君が私のマスターなのか。
当たり前じゃない。あなたが私に呼ばれたサーバントなら、あなたのマスターは私以外に誰がいるっていうのよ。
I glare at this rude man, giving my seething head a moment to cool down.
そうか。まあ仮の話なんだが、とりあえずそうだとしよう。それで、君が私のマスターである証はどこにある？
The servant blithely asks, smirking all the while. He's clearly trying to goad me with these questions into losing my temper.
ここよ。あなたのマスターである証ってこれでしょ？
I show him the command spells on my right hand. Don't think I was born yesterday. Father's told me enough that I know what command spells are at least.
納得いった？これでもまだ文句を言うの？
I thrust the symbols at him in challenge, but the lounging servant rolls his eyes.
まったな。本気で言っているのか、お嬢さん。
His face darkens, looking even more disgruntled.
本気かってなんでよ？
その考えがだ。霊樹があればマスターなのか？霊樹などサーバントを利する道具に過ぎないだろう。まったく、そんな形だけのものでマスターブルとはな。私が見たかったのは、君が忠誠を振るうにふさわしい人物かどうかだったのだが。
That makes sense, but normally you'd think of command spells if somebody asked for proof you're a master, right?
何よ。それじゃあ私はマスター失格？
そう願いたいが、そうはいくまい。霊樹がある以上、私の召喚者は君のようだ。 信じがたいが、君は本当に私のマスターらしいな。
He shrugs in mock exhaustion. Uh-oh. I've reached my boiling point and I'm not going to cool down in time.
全くもって不満だが認めよう。とりあえず君は私のマスターだ。だが私にも条件がある。私は今後君の言い分には従わない。これが最大の譲歩だ。それで構わないな、お嬢さん。
Ah, sorry, father. I'm at my limit.
そう、不満だけど認めるくせに私の意見には取り合わないってどういうことかしら。あなたは私のサーバントなんでしょ。
I ask in a trembling voice. After our spat over the command spells, this is my last desperate attempt at dialogue. And yet...
形の上だけはな。故に形式上は君に従ってやる。だが戦うのは私自身だ。君はこの家の地下にでも隠れて聖杯戦争が終わるまでじっとしていればいい。それなら未熟な君でも命だけは助かるだろう。
He's looking down on me, declaring that he expects nothing from me.
怒ったのか？いや、もちろん君の立場は尊重するよ。私はマスターを勝利させるために呼ばれたものだからな。私の勝利は君のものだし、戦いで得たものは全て君にくれてやる。それなら文句はなかろう。どうせ君に令状は使えまい。まあ、後のことは私に任せて、君は自分の身の安全を。
あ、玉来た。いいわ、そんなに言うなら使ってやろうじゃない。アンファン。
No more mercy. I've got nothing else left for a jackass like this.
まさか。
そのまさかよ、この礼儀知らず。フィアトラーク、アイノイエナーゲル、アイノイエスケナッツ、アイノイエスフィアブレヒ。
待て、正気かマスター。そんなことで令状を使うやつが。
うるさい。いい？あんたは私のサーバントなら私の言い分には絶対服従ってもんでしょ。
The emblem on my right hand aches. 3 command spells. They allow a master to issue 3 unbreakable commands to their servants.
考えなさい、君は。こんな大雑把なことに令状を使うなど。
Ugh, it's too late to whine now. I didn't expect this to happen either. I want to die of self-loathing. I can't believe I just burned one of my precious command spells on a petty squabble. After that, I retreated from the ruins of the parlor and went to my bedroom. Before me stands the servant whom my command spells compelled absolute obedience from. Supposedly, anyway.
なるほど。君の性質は大体理解したぞ、マスター。
Who would call this absolute obedience?
念のため尋ねるが、君は令状がどれほど重要か理解しているのか、マスター。
Am I gonna post my Fate Stay Night playing on YouTube? Well, I mean, the live streams will be there, so definitely it'll be a thing one way or the other. But we'll see, because I'm worried that I'm probably gonna get copy struck due to the music. Just to be clear, do you understand how critical the command spells are, Master?
知ってるわよ。サーバントを律する3回きりの命令権でしょ。それが何よ。
いいかね。令状はサーバントを強制的に行動させるものだ。それは行動を止めるだけでなく、行動を強化させるという意味でもある。例えば、私はここから遠くの場所まで瞬間的には移動できない。だが、令状で行けと命じれば、それが 私と君の魔力で届くことならば可能となる。強制命令権とはそういうことだ。サーバント自身でも制御できない肉体の限界さえ突破させる大魔術の結晶が3つの霊樹なのだ。まあ今では2つに減ってしまったがな。
Is this FSN remastered? It is.
知ってるわよ、そのこと。いいじゃない、まだ2つあるんだし。あなたに命じた規則は無駄じゃないんだし。
確かにこれは私の誤算だった。霊樹というものは曖昧な命令には効きが弱くなる。私を守り通せ、この戦いに勝てなどといった広く長く効果が続くものには霊樹の力が弱くなる。効き目は長く続くが苦痛が小さいため逆らえるサーバントも出てくるだろう。逆に次の一撃を死ぬ気で放て、あのグラスだけは壊すなといった単一の命令は絶対で、よほど強力なサーバントでも逆らうのは難しくなる。さてここまでで私が言いたいことがわかるな。
わかるわよ。要するに広く長い命令は意味がないんでしょ。効果も戒めも薄いならサーバントは霊樹に逆らって行動できる。そんな効き目の薄い命令をするなら絶対的な単一の命令をした方がいい。
そうだ、霊樹とはもともと自分たちの能力以上の奇跡を起こすためのもの。それを代用の効く命令などで消費する具は許されない。君の先ほどの霊樹はまさにそれだ。私が君に従うかは話し合いで解決できたことだし、仮に霊樹を使ったところで全ての言動に絶対服従など霊樹。
じゃあ私のさっきの霊樹は無意味ってこと？
通常ならそうなのだがな。どうも君の魔術師としての性能は桁が違ったらしい。
Is he shocked or happy? My servant's lips twitch upward even as he sighs.
桁が違ったって、もしかして。ちょっとあなた、自分が今どんな状態なのか正直に話してみなさい。
The implication dawns on me and I ask him eagerly.
ああ、誤算というのはそれだ。先ほどの命令では少しはマスターの意見を尊重しようという程度の心変わりにしかならない。だが今の私は君の言葉に強い強制を感じている。君の意見に異を唱えると、そうだな、ランクが一つばかり落ちるようだ。つまりマスターの意向に逆らうと体が重くなって動きづらいというところが。
My servant shrugs in resignation. So he's saying that my command spell wasn't a waste, but an actual benefit? No, that's not what he's saying. He's still being as sarcastic as ever, so it doesn't seem to have had any effect. Besides, even if he's weakened, I doubt even 10 of me could resist if he decided to rebel against me.
前言を撤回しよう、マスター。年齢は若いが、君は卓越した魔術師だ。子供と侮り、戦いから遠ざけようとしたのは私の過ちだった。無礼ともども謝ろう。
The servant straightens his posture and gives me a formal bow.
やめてよ。確かにいろいろ言い合ったけど、そんなの喧嘩両成敗っていうか。
そうか。いや、話のわかるマスターで助かった。
なんか切り返し早いわね、あんた。
何？誤算は誤算だったが、嬉しい誤算というやつだったからな。これほどの才能があるのなら、君を戦いに巻き込むことに異論はない。
Is this his roundabout way of saying I'm a strong master?
霊樹抜きで私がマスターだって認めるのね。
Oh, it's definitely remastered ever so slightly, but it's not like they did not change the art style or anything like that. I think they just kind of upscaled things and made them a little bit more polished.
契約によるつながりを感じられるだろう。
契約？
Now that he mentions it, something does feel weird about my body. It's as if my closed-off nerves are now connected to the outside. Specifically, I can feel a portion of my magical energy flowing to the man before me.
そっか。サーバントは聖杯に呼ばれるけど、呼ばれたサーバントをこの世に留めるのは。
そう、マスターの力だ。サーバントはマスターからの魔力提供によって魔力提供量は十分だ。経験的に問題はありそうだが、君の能力は飛び抜けている。普通の魔術師ならばサーバントを召喚した瞬間に意識を失っているだろう。だって先ほどの霊樹といい、この魔力量といい、マスターとして君は間違いなく一流だ。
今更褒めたって何も出ないけど。
I break eye contact out of embarrassment. Well, I didn't see this coming. I know the command spell is making him obey me, but still, this superhuman servant is sincerely acknowledging me as his master.
あなた、何のサーバント？
I clear my head and return to business.
見てわからないか？ああ、それは結構。
I take it all back. He's definitely making fun of me.
わかったわ。これはマスターとしての質問よ。ねえ、あなたセイバーじゃないの？
残念ながら剣は持っていない。
Well, that's a lie, but sure. I suspected as much. When all's said and gone, I got the time wrong, my summoning circle didn't do its job, and my servant spat out into some random rune. It was far too sloppy of a ritual to summon the strongest servant, Saber. I really... No.
あれだけ宝石を使っておいてセイバーじゃないなんて目も当てられない。
悪かったな、セイバーでなくて。
そりゃ通行のミスだから残念だけど、悪いのは私なんだから。
ああ、どうせアーチャーでは派手さに欠けるだろうよ。いいだろう。後で今の暴言を悔やませてやる。その時になって謝っても聞かないからな。
はい？
What a surprise. The unidentified servant seems to be sulking. Maybe my fixation on Saber offended him.
何？勘に触った？あーちゃん。
触った。見ていろ。必ず自分が幸運だったと思い知らせてやる。
Archer retorts with a sidelong glance. He has a really spiteful air about him, but that reaction felt somehow childish and free of malice. You know, he might be a pretty decent guy.
そうね。それじゃあ必ず私を後悔させて、あーちゃん。そうなったら素直に謝らせてもらうから。
ああ、忘れるなよ、マスター。己が召喚したものがどれほどのものか知って感謝するがいい。もっとも、その時になって謝られてもこちらの気は張るんだろうがな。
Archer huffs, even as his lips twist into a grin. Oh yeah, this one's got a rotten personality, all right.
まあいいわ。それであんたどこの英霊なのよ。
Archer doesn't answer. His sardonic expression is replaced by a deepening frown.
あーちゃん？マスターである私がサーバントであるあなたに聞いているんだけど。
それは秘密だ。
は？
私がどのようなものだったかは答えられない。
あのね、つまんない理由だったら怒るわよ。
それは。
There's that face again. Archer opens and closes his mouth as if he's having trouble voicing an uncomfortable truth.
なぜかというと、自分でもわからない。
Wait, what?
はあ？何よそれ？あんた私のことバカにしてるわけ？
マスターを侮辱するつもりはない。ただ、これは君の不完全な召喚のツケだぞ。どうも、記憶に混乱が見られる。 自分が何者であるかはわかるのだが、名前や素性がどうも曖昧だ。まあさして重要な欠落ではないから気にすることはないのだが。
気にすることはない。気にするわよ、そんなの。あんたがどんな英霊か知らなきゃどのくらい強いのかわからないじゃない。
なんだ、そんなことは問題ではなかろう。さまつな問題だよ、それは。
さまつってあんたね、相棒の強さがわからないんじゃ作戦の立てようがないでしょ。そんなんで戦っていけるわけないじゃない。
何を言う。私は君が呼び出したサーバントだ。それが最強でないはずがない。
He's so straightforward. The Crimson Knight fixes me with a gaze full of confidence and trust. My brain grinds to a halt. There's no deception in Archer's words. He's sincerely giving me more credit than I deserve, even though we've just met. My cheeks are burning. Ugh. I'm sure I'm blushing bright red right now. Surprise attacks like this tend to be my weakness.
もういいか。誰にも正体がわからないってことには変わりはないんだし、敵を騙すにはまず味方からって言うし。
I turn away from Archer to hide my embarrassment. I'm sure I'll figure out in due time what sort of servant he is anyways. For now, we'll have other priorities.
わかった。しばらくあなたの正体に関しては不問にしましょう。それじゃあ、じゃあ最初の仕事だけど。
早速か。好戦的だな、君は。それで敵は？
Before he can say enemy, I toss a broom and dustpan at him.
下の掃除お願い。あんたが散らかしたんだから責任持ってきれいにしといてね。
A few seconds pass in stunned silence. When Archer finally regains his senses, he grips the broom indignantly.
待て。君はサーバントを何だと思っている？
使い魔でしょ？ちょっと生意気で扱いに困るけど。
Archer cuts himself off. I have no intention of letting him off, and if he tries to weasel out of it, I still have a card to play.
意義あり。そのようなめ。
いいの？これマスターとしての命令よ。マスターの方針に逆らったら体が重くなるんだっけ？まあ、あなたはその程度じゃどうってことないだろうけど、そのペナルティは今を掃除するまで続くのよ。そんな。
He stands there for several more seconds with a broom in hand, grumbling under his breath. And so, the archer in the red mantle closes his eyes.
了解した。地獄に落ちる、マスター。
And gracefully accepts my order. Now then, it's getting late, so I should rest. I can decide how to deal with him once I wake up. A fateful day draws to a close. No, rather, my fate was shaped by this night. That makes 6, including me. Once the 7th and final master summons their servant, the Holy Grail War of this generation will begin. In the not-so-distant future, the battle I've been waiting 10 long years for is about to commence. Oh, we're not going to get the opening? Not yet? Okay. Okay, chat. We're gonna save right there. I'm literally gonna save right there because prologue be pretty long in that regard. I also am gonna have to like start to learn to read faster, but this will be to be continued. We are a half hour over, so chat, y'all got extra time out of me. But like I said, we will continue this. Let me see who all we got on. I'm gonna send you guys over to the Gacha Gurus, as they are doing some Fate Stay Night themselves. Assuming that raid worked. Did that raid work? I don't see the raid. Chat, do you see the raid? Okay, there it is. Yeah, I see it. I couldn't see it under the pinned message because Twitch be weird like that. So, anyways, thank you guys for being here. Like I said, we'll probably continue this. I believe it's on the slate for Thursday, but we'll see. Anyways, don't forget, maintenance tonight. Get your AP spent down. Try to redeem your last little bit of your summer rewards. And again, thank you guys for being here. As always, feel free to check me out on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. And again, make sure you guys get on the Discord if you guys haven't already. It's the easiest way to keep in touch with the community and find out when I'm going to be doing stuff. So go give Mr. Gacha Gurus my love. And good night, everybody.